Hey guys, happy Friday! How's everyone's week been? Hope everyone is doing well. And yeah, as you might have noticed, I have a special something here. Might crack into it tonight. Maybe we don't. We'll see. But I hope everyone's had a great week. We have, I think it's week 14, technically, of the Budget Build Battle Tournament we're going to be playing tonight. Week 2 of the official seasons that we've started, so pretty keen for that. Should be good, should be good. Really keen to see what everybody's cooked up for tonight also. Playing something, we'll say a little spicy. I don't want to give too much away. Also, just going to tidy up the desk a little bit. Real quick. Just for if we do open the package. Yeah, keen to hear what everyone's cooked up. Seeing, it looks like pretty good turnout for this week. I saw Vice signed up again, so keen to see what he's bringing. Last time he did bring, I think it was Bouffalant. So, no, keen to see how that goes. And apparently I forgot one of my lights, so here we go. Get that up real quick. Like, something looks off. Looks a little bit darker than normal. Yeah, I hope everyone is doing swell. Yeah, let's take a look at the list for tonight. So for tonight, oh, why is it over here? Everything's all thrown off right now. There we go. Pop that over there. Oh. That's better. Yeah, so for tonight's deck, I'm going to be calling it Matchbox. So we are trying out a fire type deck. I think it's one of the types I haven't gotten around to trying in the tournament. I think fire we haven't yet. I don't know if I tried steel or not yet. I've sleeved up a steel deck. I don't think I've tried steel yet. And fighting, I think, is the other one we haven't tried. MW with the sub.
Oh, baby, a triple!
Going,
oh, yeah!
Going? And Legend, how you doing, bud? Yeah. Got a special package to open on stream tonight, guys. Might wait a little bit to crack into it, just till we have a few more people here. Don't want anyone missing out, but, you know. Any guesses what it might be? It's like kind of long. Makes me think maybe I don't know, asparagus. Asparagus. That package looks a little suspect. There could be a little suspect in here. What do you think he did? We got a murderer? A burglar? A clan burglar? Nah, he wouldn't fit in there. Not in one piece, at least. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's not clan burglar's femur. We keep things, you know, PG here for the most part. Would you say? I don't know. Got a bit of flex. Shouldn't lean into that joke. I really shouldn't. No. It's not that. Yeah, a little bit. Got a bit of flex to it. Chen Yong, how's it going? Cards, lots of cards, all the cards. So many. At least 7. Here, I'll let you guys get a better look at it. I'd say there's at least 7 cards in here, hey? For scale. Here's a card for scale. God, this is getting worse. 1 card? Okay, maybe only... I don't know, I might have exaggerated. It might only be 3.5. Legend, ban. No, don't ban. No banning. How you going, Legend? Wait, Legend? How you going, Legend? I read your name, but it didn't click. How are you here so early, Legend? You normally wait like at least 46 minutes before showing up. An oddly specific time, but I check. Every stream, I watch back to bottom. I'm like, all right, Legend timer here. And I pinpoint it. Makes my night every single time. So I've got it down to a science. And now you just, my hypothesis just right out the window. There's nothing to it anymore. Just, I don't know. May as well just go be a Scientologist, not a scientist. Jeez. It's a good thing I didn't quit my day job. Deathlike, how you going? Exaggerating about the length now too? Yeah, just a little bit. I don't know. Deathlike, what do you think's in here? Without, you know, phallic innuendos. Yes, it's a package. Yes, it's long. No. All right. I'm just gonna put this back here. Yeah, there we go. That seems like a good spot to have it. Fine. Been doing an internship at school. You want to become a teacher. It was a lot of work, but it's a nice experience. Man, that's awesome, Legend. I love that. That's so good. So have you done like a secondment or anything yet? Or is that what an internship is? Like you've done on the job, kind of like helping out, being TA type thing? Nine Egg, how you going? Over on YouTube, Chen Yong, if you stack many cards in one deck, the shape looks like this. That's true. And if you stack them and then wrap them in a bunch of tape and plastic and stuff too, you can make them whatever shape. It's fun. Not force. Anything's possible. Anything is possible. Bep Zero, how you doing, man? I saw you signed up for the Budgetville Battle Tournament tonight, Bebe. Bebe? BZ? DBZ? Have you played Sparking Zero yet, baby? That's like listening to A7X while farming in Warframe and Destiny 2. Man, that is next level multitasking. I struggle breathing and talking and looking at a camera. You're out there playing multiple games. BZ is fine? All right. Hey, BZ, you play the new DBZ game? I guess it's DBS also. Z's the best, no. And then DB is best. And then DBS. Like OG Dragon Ball? Peak. Remember when General Tao got introduced? Dude was scary. Stopped a bullet with a flip-flop. Don't mess with him. You don't mess with him. X Factor, how you doing? You're into. Ooh, what are you cooking for this week, Factor? Legend, you're helping the teacher out. Was in a class every day within 3 weeks of the internship. Had to prepare lessons yourself and stand in front of the class. Man, that's awesome. What courses were you teaching? Or like yeah, courses would be the right word. Subject? What subject were you teaching? MW, you wanted to play today, but you're back at work again. It's adulting, man. We've all got to do it. I get it. We've got the monthly North American ones. I feel like those ones don't work great for you either, though. But maybe it's an option. You would have turned up with Incineroar. Ooh, spicy. It like copies the attacks of the previous evolutions, that one, yeah? Have you guys seen? Okay, the new set honestly looks cracked for this format. I think we need to go over it on stream. Baby, you didn't just focusing on Pokemon for now and work. Man, honestly, fair. It is so good. Okay. I don't know. I'm a big Dragon Ball nerd. So like I try not to talk about it too much because obviously this is Pokemon stuff. But yeah, no, it's really good. Like the gameplay is so fluid. They do a lot of like fan servicey stuff, so it's just like over the top, like crazy shenanigans and stuff. But the story mode, they've kind of streamlined it a bit because obviously, if you played a Dragon Ball game, you play through the story of it multiple times, and they've kind of got to the point where like you guys just know the story by this point. So they've kind of like just taken like pictures of it and it goes through it quickly. But they have a lot of what if scenarios in this one. So if you fulfill certain criteria, like I don't want to spoil anything for if there's anyone that is going to play the game, it's not getting ruined for them. But one of the fights at the very beginning of Dragon Ball Z is you fight your brother Raditz, and you have to team up with Piccolo to take him down. But in this, before you even go to that fight, it gives you the choice. Like you can tell Piccolo, like, no, don't come and help me. And it can just change so much of the story. If you're like, nah, man, like I got this on my own. And then if you win the fight, it's just like this crazy branching timeline. And it goes, I think, through two sagas. So it goes through about half of the Dragon Ball Z storyline, but in just like a complete different direction. And it's so cool. I loved it. Every minute I was like, this is sick. And for that, they did have like the full like cutscenes and stuff to kind of like set the scene. And I'm like, yes, this is good. I'm fine with you guys cutting the like, oh, you fight Raditz, then you fight Vegeta Nappa, then you fight the Ginyu Force, like scrapping that and going like, here's a new perspective of it. And I'm like, yep, like this is, I signed up for this. Yep. Yeah, honestly, it's so good. And then just like throughout the normal, because like you can still play through just like the standard storyline of it. And then when you get to fights where it's like there is that branching timeline, there's like kind of like a fork in the road thing on the map. So like it's got a green arrow, one going this way, one going this way. And then it's like if you fulfill a different condition, like there's another story for this. And yeah, you can see some pretty neat stuff. I liked it. So I feel like I've only scratched the surface of it. I haven't really started playing online yet. I don't know, online for those kinds of games, a lot of people get very sweaty. A lot of people get very just like they find ways to cheese fights, and it's like, eh. So I kind of like just playing it as like couch co-op or just single player. And yeah, that's why I haven't been streaming it, because I was like, if I streamed it, I'd just play single player, and it's yeah. I don't know, it's good. Legend, you're teaching German and maths. Ooh, nice. You'll have to teach a lot of subjects when you're done with the studies, studying geography, German, history, and arts, but one day you'll have to teach English, math, science, and sports. But the level of difficulty is not that high on this type of school. Oh, okay. So it's just like middle school kind of stuff? Like, yeah, you don't need like you don't need to be an expert in it. That's fair. Just know like SOHCAHTOA and that kind of stuff. This is a triangle. Just do it like it's a square and then cut it in half. That's how volume works, I think. That, or you just like turn down the sound. That's another way volume works. Just details. Details. All right. What was I saying before I went off on a tangent about Dragon Ball? Right. New cards got revealed. I think we're gonna do likely just a weekly news roundup. I want to get back into the habit of doing that. I've got to switch up the YouTube content a bit, I think, because like I've been getting the short stuff. I don't know if you guys watch the card reveals. That I really enjoy doing, but just like the actual videos and putting out, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of what I've been putting out recently, so we're gonna switch it up, because like we've been doing the weekly top 8s for budget build battles, and we see a lot of the same decks coming up week after week. So I'm like, I don't think we need to do this every single week. And I know people are like, oh, I made top 8. He's gonna talk about me, and it's like, I'll probably do a monthly recap. I'll be honest. Like, I think we cut it back to that. And then I want to do more like deep dive stuff. So kind of like breaking down like how to play the game, breaking down strategies, how to build a deck, like that kind of thing, like helping people learn. Because like the deck profiles, it's been a bit since I've done one. And like when I do the deck profiles, I feel like I do a pretty good job of covering it in detail, but they do take a lot of time to obviously do the editing. And then they're a very short shelf life, right? Because like a new set comes out and it's like, well, that video is gone. So like, yeah, I'm going to restructure it. So just for those of you that watch Twitch and watch YouTube, if you see me like experimenting with some different stuff in the future, that's why I'm a scheming. X Factor, what if you win? I don't know, win, then see what happens. MW, that game sounds like a bunch of videos that you watch on YouTube, like what if Dragon Ball video. Yeah, pretty much. They've always done what if on the Dragon Ball games. So I think going back to like Budokai 1 even, they had like alternate fusions and stuff that were only in the games. So yeah, YouTube people like to latch onto that, and they fully integrated that as part of the game. Like you can make your own campaigns and like set up your own fights and your own win conditions and stuff. So I think that's going to open up a huge avenue for those kind of channels on YouTube, where they're just like, hey, it's that thing, but like you can actually play it now. So, yeah, cool. It's that thing. Look at him go. It's animated in a video game. Okie dokie, though. It's that site that's got all the good news. But yeah, we've gotten the full set list for Supercharged Breaker, which is going to be most of our Surging Spark set. And then they've also revealed like some of the gym promos, which those are all right. There's a Rabsky EX. This we already have. Boss we already have. This, it's like, to do search your deck for 3 TMs? Search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon tool cards with Technical Machine in their name. Yeah, I like that. So it's kind of like Arvin on an item card, but more limited, right? Like you're not grabbing an item. It's an item that's grabbing you your tools. But to thin your deck, like that's big. I like it. Baby, today you're going YOLO. Didn't even have the time to test the deck. Just threw a bunch of cards together. Man, that's what I do every week. It's good. It's more fun that way, right? It's kind of like a challenge. It's like, I threw this together. Go for the gauntlet. Like, there's people that play the same deck every single week, and it's like, yeah, if you enjoy it, fair enough. Like, I know Jab really likes Torterra, and this is the format where Torterra shines. It's like, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely play Torterra. But at the same time, it's fun switching it up. I like switching it up. But yeah, all 106 supercharged breaker cards have been revealed. So we're getting some very snazzy art cards. The Fanfi. I like him. I think he's neat. It's like too big to show on the screen though. I guess the way I have it set up is too big. That's fine. Kyrano. If you've seen the short, you know his real name. I don't want to say it on screen. And yeah, like there's a lot of really good stuff in this set. Hang on. We'll go to where it's got all the text for you guys so that you can actually believe I know what I'm saying. And it's not just like, he doesn't know how to read Japanese, because I don't know how to read Japanese. You're so right. Execute. It evolves into Executor. Executor has Explosion Hour. 60 damage. You're going to flip a coin for every energy attached to you and your opponent's active. 60 damage for each heads. I love that. It's so silly. Just bonkers. Like, you can hit crazy numbers. Durant EX has an ability when you play it from your hand onto the bench, you just mill the top card of your opponent's deck. The attack on it's like, grass double colorless, 120 base, and then 30 more damage for each prize card your opponent's taken. So like, it could be a good like answer into Charizard EX. Like later in the game, you're scaling up damage, you can delete them. Check a DTE and like a grass on this. Maybe. I think it's more so just for the ability. Like you could have this as a one-off index, and if you see your opponent's like really thinning their deck out, it's just like play this. Maybe it ends the game. Like potentially for control. And then the single prize shenanigans. There's going to be so many cards in this set that are good for budget build battles. I am so keen. So 40 damage. If there are 3 or fewer cards in your deck, it does 200 more. So 240 for 1 grass, and you're just like milling yourself through your own deck. Yep, that's cool. Wu Chen, 20 damage. If you have 3 or fewer cards in your deck, it does 120 damage to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Like, I like how Grass is just leaning into this thing of just like, just shred your deck and then do extra stuff. Like, yeah, why not? A teeny attack used by your evolution fire Pokemon do 10 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. So it's sort of like the Moltres, but instead of basics, evolutions. Could be relevant. What's this? 130. It does 30 damage to each of your bench Pokemon. So kind of like Steelix, but fire type. And then Skelly Dirge. This thing is honestly broken. It's literally Palkia on a single prize Pokemon. 180 HP, so big boy. The ability ignores all effects of attacks your opponents do to this. So like it ignores Devo TM, it ignores status conditions, it ignores like damage counters. I love it. And then 60 base damage, 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon, yours and your opponent. So literally Palkia. Like that's so silly. And there's Skelly Dirge EX, like the steel type one that you can ditch a fire energy, do 60 more damage. So you pair that with this, activates Area 0, expand your bench, your opponent expands their bench. You can do some absolutely nutty stuff with this card, and I'm so keen for it. We're getting Armarouge. What's he doing? Discard all fire energy from this Pokemon. Does 180 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. That's pretty cool. Ceruledge. One colorless. Discard all special energy from each of your opponent's Pokemon. It's kind of spicy. All right. I think we've got to start looking through the deck list for the budget build battles for tonight, but honestly, so keen to keep reviewing that set later. Let's see. Who do we got in here? Actually, how many people do we have in here? That's the first thing we should check. 14, I think it was that. 14 people signed up. We have list submitted by 9egg, Destra, Jab, Urban Nomad, Baby, Triple, and X Factor. So Jesse Ghoul, you've still got to get a list in. Vice still has to get a list in. Probably just pop into his stream and be like, Vice, where's your list? Send me your list. Let's do that, actually. I'm gonna go pop in and bug him. I think I've still got his stream up. Oh, wait. Like, did he sign off? No, for some reason my Twitch just logged out. Can't show you guys this. Got to do the password. All right, he is still streaming. Nice. I like that. It also means we have someone we can like pop in and do some commentary on if our match finishes first. Woohoo. Share with class. I don't want to share with class. He's got an ad popping up. He's got an ad. We'll double check. Yeah, still no list from Vice. Also, I'm not sure if are you guys getting the audio from Chrome? I hope you're not getting the audio from Chrome because it is quite loud. All right, he's got a list. You see me watching you? No. Apparently he's watching us, watching him. See you, Vice. All right, we're gonna stop creeping on him. I just wanted to bug him and be like, where's your list? And then he called me out. He's like, I see you watching me. I'm like, oh no. Share with the class. Jesse, you're there. You are there. You got to get a list in, though. You got to get a list submitted. List submitted and get checked in. Same goes for everyone else that is signed up. So Slow KO, list and check in. Rick Pickle. Pickle Rick? Nicky Nintendo. Jab's got a list in. He's just got to check in. He might be cutting it a little tight. I know time zones are a little bit tricky for him. Sal ID. Milky. Oh, Milky. Yes. Urban Nomad list is in, not checked in. And then Vice. Should be all right. Should be all right. Oh, and we got a new person signing up. Kuba the Geek Boy. Ooh, I think that's a new name. I don't recognize that name. But yeah, we'll start looking through the deck list just to make sure everything is legal. No list yet. Looks good. Lots of twos. That's what we like to see. This also looks good. Dark. Oh, yeah, monkey. Okay. That's fine. Monkey, good. Monkey, scary. Jab. Yeah, that's fine. I feel like it's probably the same list from last week. Nomad. Nomad looks good. Vice is getting one in shortly. Got Bebe. BB. BZ. That's such a fun name to say. I like when you pop up in chat, Bebe. Yeah, it looks good. Triple. I hope it's fine. If it's not, it's just an awkward conversation. It's just so weird. X Factor looks good. What do they cook? Oh, God, X Factor. I see what you're cooking. What is this? That's a lot going on. Energy counts looks fine. I'm just double checking for special energies. They're good. Cool. Yeah, can you see how that goes for you? Ooh. I like that. I like that. They're cooking. Legend? Yeah, exactly. Drop player. Drop who? Legend, drop you? Legend, you're not even here. I can't drop you. Legend, go sign up real quick so I can boot you, okay? Deal? Yeah. Oh, that would be pretty good, actually. That would be pretty good. Hang on, we gotta update this poll. I feel like I haven't updated the poll in a bit. A poll is going on. Most hype card for Surging Sparks. Actually, no, that one's probably fine. Hang on, close that out. Go back to this. Destiny 2? What's Destiny 2? Oh, Deathlight. 1v1 you in Destiny 2? Man, I don't even think I finished Destiny 1. I'm sorry. We've got 7 minutes until the tournament starts up, though, guys. And I feel like the deck lists are fairly well reviewed. Do we crack into it? Thoughts? Prayers? Ideas? That's how we say it in Australia. You chuck an R on the end of random words. We take them out of other ones. Like Melbourne? There's an R in there, but there's really not an R in there. Crack into it. Bluefish is saying... Bluefish is saying it. Hang on. Guys, I think I just had a stroke. Is anyone else seeing that name in chat right now? Deathlike, are you seeing Bluefish in chat, or am I going crazy? Redfish, Bluefish? It's... Oh. Bluefish, how you been, buddy? I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Last time I saw you, you were streaming Dredge, I want to say. It's like a kind of spooky fishing game. Miss you, man. It has been a bit. Yeah, you're playing Dredge, and I think you serenaded me with some karaoke. It's good times. X Factor, you're signing off. Oh, all right. You don't want to see the shenanigans, X Factor? We'll crack into it real quick. Approximate adaptation could be Joe Cole or Joe Hillbilly. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got. I got a special package, guys. It is from a company I have reached out to, and I'm very keen to potentially start doing some work with, called Quokka Gaming. Which, if you don't know what a quokka is, well, you're missing out. It's probably the cutest animal in the world, exclusively found on Rottnest Island. But this is exclusively found off their website. And I got some stuff made. Oh my god. 1 thing, 2 things, 3 things. Hang on, is that my logo? That's me. That's my stuff. That's pretty neat. Oh ho ho. Very snazzy. So, I got a playmat made. That's pretty slick. That is pretty slick. I like how that turned out. Honestly, that's clean. That's me! Yeah, so that's from Quokka Gaming. They are a Australian-based company that does custom playmats, custom like mouse pads. So very, very keen to start doing some work with them. If you're based in Australia and looking for some custom playmats, well, they got you covered. May or may not have a special discount coming for you guys soon. We'll see. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled. Vice looks clean. It's pretty good. We got 2 more. 2 more of these bad boys. Whew. Oh, and honestly, I just popped it on my desk because like I used the playmat from Melbourne Regionals like a year or 2 ago, the Palkia one we got as my mouse pad. I might have to start using this. Next one we got. Hang on, is that little whisker sticking out there? What's that little whisker? That same thing, but bigger. Yeah, it is. That's pretty slick. That's pretty slick. All right, and last but certainly not least, 1 more of these. I'm gonna move the keyboard out of the way here for just a second. Just a second. 9egg, you called it? What'd you call it on? What'd you think it was? You said there's a playmat in there? This one I'm very excited for. I hope this turned out well. Oh, yeah. That's pretty slick. Oh. I love that. Yeah, so how do you guys think those turned out? I think they turned out really good. I'm genuinely so happy with these. Yeah, I think Steve from Quokka Gaming, thank you very much for this opportunity. These mats turned out amazing. And yeah, so I'm keen to start using these. I want to get in the habit of when we do deck profile videos, or even just like ahead of releases, when we're starting to kind of go over deck lists just as like proof of concepts, I want to start sleeving them up and showcasing them. And I feel like having these playmats to showcase them on is just like cherry on top. So yeah, honestly, Quokka Gaming, quality stuff. The quality of these mats, as you guys just saw, they're beautiful. And like the turnaround time on these was super quick. I think I ordered it like a week ago and it's already here. Beautiful. So keen. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled. Should have some little codes or promotions popping up for you guys, so you can get one for yourself. If you're based in Australia, very, very highly recommended. International, I'll have to do some looking into on what kind of shipping they do. But yeah, no, it was really good. I'm keen. Also, like I probably shouldn't give away too much info, but because we do have the Budget Build Battle Tournament tonight, and we started Season 1 last Friday, for those of you that are aware of this, for those of you that maybe weren't here for this, and you're like, wait, we're doing seasons? Yeah, we're doing seasons for these. So you get points by participating in the tournaments. At the end of the season, which is going to be a 3-month block, we're going to have the top 8 of the entire season participate in like another little tournament just amongst themselves. And the winner of that will be getting a playmat. Is it one of the ones I just showed you here? No, there's another thing I'm working on in the background. So keep your eyes peeled on that. I said I was going to keep it a surprise, and I'm still technically keeping it a little bit of a surprise. You're not seeing what's on the mat yet. It will be focused on the format of budget build battles. There's one person that comes by chat regularly that I've kind of given like a bit of an insider information on the artwork and the concept that we're playing around with. So maybe it's one of you guys and you want to, drop some hints, or maybe it's not one of you guys and you just want to pretend it is you and mess with chat. Maybe it's Nubbanut23. I'll never tell. Welcome to the Goomba Gang, Nubbanut. How you going? Is it that? No, it's not that. It's definitely not that. That one I am happy to shoot down as no, it's not that. But yeah, we're going to quickly double check the deck lists that have been submitted. Make sure everyone is up to scratch. Bluefish, it's all just pretend, guys. Like maybe it's Bluefish and that's why he's popped back up tonight. Could be. So 9 eggs list we checked already. Rick Pickle, no list yet. Nicky Nintendo, no list yet. Destra, list looks fine. Destra I already clicked on. I just clicked it again. Said their name. Jab's good. Sal, no list yet. Milky, no list yet. Urban Nomad, they're good. Vice, list is in. Oh, Vice. Oh, okay. Yep. I saw what he's playing. You guys technically saw what he's playing too. It is frustrating. There's ways to play into it. I'm not going to spoil anything though. That's a puzzle you got to put together yourself. Unless I pair round 1 and then you can watch how I piece it together. Yeah, I think everyone is good to go. Obviously, hoping that a few more people were able to check in time. A little tight for time there. We'll give it 3 more minutes and we'll kick it off. Bluefish, is there a spectator badge for this tournament? Sorry, man, no spectators. Like you can spectate on Twitch. Yeah, you got a little sword spectator badge. If you subscribe, you get the logo as a little badge. Squall, you're here to watch. Appreciate it, man. How's your Friday going, Squall? Do you need players? Your deck kind of stinks, but you can if you need people. Like, if you want to play, it's not if we need people, it's if you want to play. Never view it as like, oh, it needs people. Like, no, don't just be a seat filler. Like, if you want to give it a go, give it a go. If you're not really feeling it, absolutely no stress. We haven't started it yet, though, so if you do want to join up, you can right now. Go !3B tourney. Twitch will shoot you a little message with the sign-up link. Jump on it now. If you have a 3B deck ready to go, submit it, and you're good to go. The rules of this, though, it's not standard format, so it is budget build battles, meaning no rule box Pokemon, no EXs, no Vs, no Radiants, no A-Specs, and a limitation of 2 copies of a card with the same name. There is a slight bit of flexibility there, though, so basic energy, have as many as you want, and basic Pokemon, if they evolve, you can have 1 extra copy of the basic per evolutionary stage that's in your deck. So if it evolves into a stage 1, you can have 1 extra basic. If it evolves into a stage 2, you can have 2 extra copies of the basic. So helps with consistency a little bit in that way. Just woke up, so you're pretty tired. Honestly, no stress, buddy. No stress. Bluefish, thanks for keeping the green sword shiny while you're gone. Bluefish. Bluefish, did you think I would forget about you? No. Man, of course. I'll keep that thing sharp. We got it in the sheath. You good. You good. Nabinut, damn, this sounds super fun. You'll have to play next week. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I'll get the next week's one posted after tonight's tournament, so if you're keen, definitely recommend giving it a go. You can obviously look at the information from like previous tournaments if you're after deck lists. I also do top 8 breakdowns over on YouTube. We're going to be kind of dialing those back a little bit, but if you want an idea of where the format's at, also a great resource to go into. And on Discord, there's always people in the budget build battle area of, well, channel, I guess you would call it, category, section, whatever you call spaces in Discord. That are always happy to help with building decks, playing games, and getting some friendly matches in Legend is trying to drown me. Cheers, buddy. Deathlike? No. Deathlike. Bluefish is one of the OGs. I think he was around before I moved house. He was around before this space. It's been a bit. All right. I think we're pretty much ready to kick it off, though. Jamdar got in last second. Oh, nice. The whole thing. Drink the whole. How much did you do? 1, 2, 3, 4. Fine, Legend. I'll finish the thing. I'll get really hydrated. One second. It's a little cold. I don't like checking cold things. You were there when there was no LED in the background? You were here. This was here when you were around, all right? I feel like I got this last Christmas, or it may have been the Christmas before. Maybe it was the Christmas before. All right, guys. I think we are going to kick it off, though. Yeah, we're going to kick it off. Yep. Hope you guys are ready. We only have 9 people. What? How do we only have 9 people? People just not submit lists. That's unfortunate. Okay, we might not even have a top 8 if it's just top 8. And it is me and Vice round 1. All right. I see you, Vice. I don't have your stream open. I appreciate it if you don't have mine. But I also do like being able to chat, so like maybe keep it open. I don't know. I don't mind. I feel like most of the plays you would kind of see them anyways. Like I always be like, mute and minimize, don't want to be coaching you, but nah, you're good at the game. It wouldn't be coaching. All right. He's already sent the challenge. Lad. Squall, you hope everyone wins? Yes, 2-player games. Everyone can win those. Yes. Nobody tell him. Bruiser, you thought the tournament started in an hour for some reason. Oh, did you get checked in? Are you in or are you missing round 1? We just kicked off the tournament. Yes, we already started. Pray to Lord Goomba, you might get a Tails. I am Lord Goomba. He is with me. I am with him. We are one. All is one and one is all. Something like that. Like, I want to chuck that in the active because he's a good attacker. But at the same time, this hand is hot garbage. Where are the pairs? On the tournament. So go to Limitless and go to pairings. Like on the tournament page, there's a chunk of it that says pairings. Or if you go to your dashboard, it'll have all your information there. Yeah, that's nice. That I like having. I like having that going second, but like it's also fun. Oh, that definitely helps. Okay. Get this, get this. I don't know that I need to bench that. I think it literally is just that pass. Could Nestball get a second Charmander? Or get that. That's also not a bad call. I'll get a second Charmander. And we pass. Squall beer back. Gotta make some coffee. Oh, honestly, such a good call. Good call. Need that caffeine. Sneaky old crab. How you going, man? How are you going? How is your stream? Hey, what are you doing not in the tournament tonight, crab? What happened, man? Where you at? I saw you're grinding the new season though, eh? Ladder reset? How'd you go with it? How did you go? All right, what are we seeing here? Vice, what is he cooked? Hang on. I need to check. What is he running? Zatu, Bronzong. Because I had it in my head, he's got the Bronzong that like blocks me from evolving, right? I think that's his game plan. So you go... What's his face? Segatori, something like that. You're not running it. Oh, maybe he's not running it. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, there's like a supporter card that lets you evolve your Pokemon the first turn they're in play, as long as it evolves into something without an ability. So I thought he'd be running that. Apparently not. Yeah, how is the ladder grind, crab? Not great. Love this tourney, but you're supposed to be somewhere 40 minutes ago. Ah, fair. Well, you want to see something neat? I got some play mats made up. And I think they turned out pretty nice. Not to brag, but I think they turned out pretty nice. So yeah, if you're looking for some custom playmats, definitely check out Quokka Gaming. Australian-based company. Makes custom playmats for you. They're snazzy. Oops. Definitely didn't just smash my keyboard into my microphone. Nope. That would be something that a silly person would do. I'm not a silly person. All right. From here, though, what am I after? Because it's like, I think we just grab this, right? We check, is Charmeleon in here? It is. Is that in there? It is. Is Armarouge in here? Yep. Okay, so we're just going to grab that. For the item, I think we just get this. Seems good to me. Chuck that on Sha. Maybe chuck that on Sha. Make him a free retreater if I want him. And then we just go evolution. Make him big. So Armarouge lets me move fire energy from my bench guys up to the active guys. So that's why having this here is a non-issue. Because it's like, well, if I want this up there, we just do it. And we're in a good way. And then Charizard doubles the value of our fire energy. So I can move this onto there, counts as 2, but then with Charizard counts as 4. I can use the attack, and the attack scales up by 20 for every fire energy on it. So you'd be doing base of 60, but then because we technically have 4 on there, we go plus 80, we get up to 140. Doing some pretty good numbers. Any Agrons? I don't think there's any Agrons this week. No, not that I saw at least. Not that I saw. Bit of a smaller turnout this week. I think we had 15 or 16 people sign up. Only 9 ended up checking in time, though. So I'm hoping going into round 2, we have some other people that are just a little bit late and they kind of get in. I think the time change may have thrown people off. Well, Cricketop popping up in the chat, though. Don't mind if I do. Time changed. Yes, time changed. Well, this is normally at this time, but this time last week was a different time. It's time change. I think it sprung forward. So this would have been 7 o'clock last week, but it's 8 o'clock this week. Depending where you are in the world, maybe it's different. If you're on the other side of the planet, it would have fallen back. Forward, backwards. Time zones. I don't know. I had to double check. I'm like, is that a V? What's he cooking? Do I want to artisan? I kind of want to artisan. I kind of wish I had more draw support in this outside of just having to like Morty away my own guy, but at the same time, like Morty away my dude isn't the worst. Discard 2 fire energy from this, do 120. We could deal with that. We could deal with that. We could deal with that. I do this, I get another Entei? Or I get the turtle. Let's get the turtle. Just because he's funny. And yeah, we're going to Morty this way. Okay. I need to go Ultra Ball away something. Might just be double fire. Right? Like I could go this, get rid of that. Grab these. We're Ultra Balling them away, but later we can basin them out. Or is that too aggressive? Might be borderline too aggressive. I could also get rid of a switch. Or the vessel. Maybe I get rid of the vessel. Right, like we're doing enough to deal with him. I have the stretcher. I can get these back if I want. I can get him back if I want. I think we're fine. We effectively have 20 extra health because of our ability. We make them do 20 less damage for their attacks. What's the Straptor do? 60 damage or 180 ditch and energy from it. Oh, that's kind of scary. Maybe we are in danger. BZ, you saw your opponent disconnected and didn't check in time, but you're still available to play. Yeah, I can come reset the match if you want. Just do a judge call. If they're like in the chat there, just let me know. We're happy to reset that. Nine Egg, you got a free win. Did you have the buy round one? Okay, this bird, a little concerning. A little concerning. No. Rude. Okay, we put this active because it's got free retreat. Ah, and now I get the experience share. Great. I need this back. Keep that in the bin. We'll get that back. We'll get that and that back. Do this. Get a Charmander out. Does 90 more, so he gets up to 140. How much do I need to do? 10 off? I don't hate that idea, though. And then it's like, if I put this on him, he's always just pulling the energy back to loop. But at the same time, then it could get locked on there. Like, then they just gust kill this because it's the biggest issue to deal with. I kind of like the idea of just keeping it on here. Right, because 3 on him, he's only getting up to 120. He's also missing. It's like, I may as well just charge this up. I just miss it, but like barely. He doesn't get there either. And it's like, I could boss KO something. Boss KO that. At least keeps us relevant. Let's do that, actually. Staying slightly ahead in the prize rate. Perfect. That's what we want to see. Probably overcommitted our bench, though. Right, like we'd like another Charmander on our board. Having the Chu-Yu, having this, having this, having this. A little overcommitted. Like, we don't really want the Torkoal out. Kind of just did that for the memes. That's like, shave today and it feels so nice. Not having hair. Resting your hand on your cheek instead of your hair. And I like having some scruff. November's coming up soon, though. So yeah, this will be gone. It'll just be the mustache soon enough. We'll be doing the Gotta Stash 'em All charity campaign again. Very keen for that. Last year, I think we raised $250 for charity for men's health. It's good. See if we can beat that this year. All right, they are going back into the Straptor. Do they have an energy? Lana's Aid, that's the way to get the energy out. Yeah, that'll do it. They'll pop their muck my stuff up. Okay, so they knock out Chu-Yu. I can go into the Moltres again for the free retreat option. Experience share keeps one of those energy in play. Yeah, dealing with this Straptor, I just need one more energy for Entei. Right? Because like we're getting the Charizard back. Unless I just go into the Torkoal and just go YOLO with coin flips. I could do that. Honestly, I could just do that. We lose the experience share, but that's pretty big. I think we get the second Charmander out. All right, guys. Are we sniping something down or are we going for the YOLO? I feel like we just go for the YOLO, right? Because this would be doing what? It's still at 140. It's just shy of getting the knockout. I think we do YOLO. If we get it, we get it. If we don't, well, we don't. Or I could attack him with this, right? That says 170 on the dot. Discards all energy, though. No, that's the play. I'm probably going to get so punished for this, though. I need a draw support. That is not it. Yeah, like if we went for the Torkoal, it's literally 50% chance that we get the KO, but we lose the experience share. If we go into the Charizard, it's guaranteed KO, but now we're in this weird spot of I need energy, and I technically need a way to switch out. It probably wasn't the play, but I just wanted to be able to do the play. He has a rare candy, no way. All right. Yeah, we might get punished here. Should have gone for the Torkoal. How are they doing for energy, though? 3 in the bin. How many in deck? 9 in deck? Oh, they're just going to have another one. They're Roxanne. Oh, no. I can work with that. If this gets knocked out, like, not really, but potentially I can work with this. The Zard discarding the energy, I definitely overlooked that. I can own that one. Oh, okay. I don't know why I had it in my head. It was discard 2 energy. I was like, yeah, we go into this, we get the knockout. No. Dumb. Rare candy? Okay. Go Lana. Get this, get this, get this. Is Tail on fire too? That's kind of fine, actually. Let's do this. We free retreat into the Charmander. We do 10, because there's those times where I was like, oh, I'm 10 damage off getting a knockout. We do that 10, and we get an energy out of the deck. Probably should have been attacking with Charmander earlier. This kind of relevant numbers. Milky! You're too late? Does daylight savings time happen early on over there? Yeah, daylight savings is the last weekend for us. Was it not the same for you? Oh, sorry, man. You can still check in. Like, you can still get in. You just missed round 1. I think there's only 9 people in right now still. It's like, you still have a good shot at making top cut. Happens in November? Ah, fair. Yeah, Australia is a bit different. It's a bit different. I didn't realize it was like a full month ahead of you guys, though. That's crazy. Okay, so they go for the first attack. They keep the energy in play on that. We get that. We check the Moltres as active because I can move the energy up to it for the free retreat if I want. But what are we going to do here? Beautiful. It's like, what are we going to do here? Because I don't have energy. But I have energy now. So I can go into the ante and take the knockout now, right? Because we have technically 4 with the Charizard. We do 80 plus 60, 140. Perfect math. Beautiful. Let's go Artisan. We're going to get another Char Cadet out. Never mind, we aren't. Genuinely considering just using the penny to pick up this Torkoal and get the experience share onto something else. Why am I doing nothing? Ah, oversight. That's why. I needed to hit him with this. Huh. Well. Okay. Why can't I attach energy? It's genuinely not letting me attach an energy for turn now. PTCGL, what the hell? I think he gets me. Did not attach per turn before retreating. Yep. Yeah, we did. We had one energy in play from experience share, and then we had the attachment for turn. Yeah. No, you're correct. That's weird that it's still highlighted like this. So it is correct, but it's just breaking my brain because the game has still done this. Even when it's not my turn, it's highlighted like I can attach it. Yeah, no, misplay. Like that, that's cool. I overlooked that. Straptor is actually kind of cooked for this format. Good call out, Vice. I think he just gets it. Okay, so he does the big attack there, but because I haven't gotten any energy out previously, like we're kind of just cooked. Like unless I top deck into base in here. And now we get the second experience share. That's good. Like, why is NJ doing 0? It does the perfect number. No, it doesn't. Oh, that's why. Oh, and it sucks because if I hadn't moved the energy up, we could have done the penny and gone into like Charizard for the KO. Does he not have the energy here? You just do the first attack, right? That's like you're gonna pass out. Bedtime for you already. Maybe he doesn't have the energy. Okay. We actually get back into this. Like, I don't think we actually get back into it, do we? He literally just needs an energy. One energy in its game. There's 3 in the bin. There's 4 in play. There he goes. Okay. Like 3 cards left in deck. Surely he just gets it. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, as if we could, like, if we found a Magma Basin or if we found a draw support, we're doing, like, so good. I feel like this deck definitely needs a draw support Pokemon of some sort. Like, having a Bibarel, it would be big. Bibarel or, like, a 1/1 Bibarel, I feel like would be fine. Also, it did not help that I overcommitted bench space. Like, having all those basics down too early was not great. Because it was in a position of, like, he can just boss kill the Armrouge, boss kill the Zard, so that's something we got to learn from. Chen Yong, the Straptor, the wall of the big basic decks. Never think you'll see it here. Straptor is pretty cool. Because, like, it walls off the big basics for this format, and then does 180 to delete the evolutions. Relevant. Genuinely relevant. I feel like it needs something to push a little bit higher. Right? Because Torterra is what? 190 or Torterra 180? Also, going to check in with Vice. Yeah, where is Torterra? Torterra's 190. Yeah. So like maybe with Torterra being as much of a thing in this format as it is, like one vitality band just to fix it for that. But yeah, Strapture is kind of cooked. I love that. Vice totally forgot you only needed one prize. Like you declare the Strapture's first attack, and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. And yeah, I go to commit everything to get the NTA into the active. Go to declare the attack, and it's like 0. I'm like, why is it 0? Read your attack, and I'm like, that's why. The only way I can get this to the bench is with Penny. It gets all the energy back in my hand. I can't even go into like Armor Shard and declare an attack. Strapture is cooked, man. I love it. I love that. You thought you were cooked? Nah, man, you had it. You had it. That's on me. Like, I should have double checked your attacks there. I just saw the 60 damage attack and like, yeah, it's okay. It just has like a bad first attack. It's just a big delete cannon for the second thing. No, first attack relevant. First attack very relevant. Oh, baby, you requested a judge. Oh, absolutely. I'll pop over. I will pop over. Is it just me tonight? No Rema, no Dudsta. Apologies for that. Just didn't check in time, but you're playing right now. They didn't find the pairings page. That's all good. Yeah, no, we will reset that match for you. You guys do only have 2 minutes left in time. How are you guys doing prize-wise, baby? Like, is the game going to resolve in time? We can give you 5 extra minutes. Two prizes left for them, 3 for you. Okay. Just play it out. Yeah. If you guys are on 2 and 3 prizes, we should play that out. That sounds pretty close. And we will take a look at the other rounds. Who do we got? Jamjar into Kuba. Bebe into Jess. Yeah, Jamjar. What's Jamjar cooking? He's always on like control stuff, isn't he? Oh. Oh no. Okay. Is that Torterra goodness? It's your favorite mon ever. You gotta chat it on you. Nice. Yeah, Torterra is really good. I think anytime someone's played Torterra, it's typically made it into top 8. Like it's just one of those decks that it's pretty consistent, it's pretty direct on what it wants to do, and it has a lot of good matchups. So like if you have a general understanding of how the deck works, you can do very well with it. It's usually like Jab plays it a lot. I've played it quite a few times. Milky's played it a few times. So like pretty strong players playing it. But I feel like if you have a general grasp on the game and how that deck wants to operate, you can go pretty far with it. Squall, you run 4 double turbo and 2 psychics. What do you do if you bench 3 turbos? Are you talking standard or what are you talking? If that's for budget build battles, you can't play that. It's 2 copies of a card with the same name. So that's just banned. Sorry, man. What are you talking about though? If you bench 3 turbos and it's like, what do you mean bench? You mean prize? Jab, we started early? We didn't start early. There's time change, man. There's time change. Okay, this one we will reset. Give him some extra time. Prize, sorry. All good. All good. Yeah, I was wondering where you guys were. Okay, so that explains it then. Because we had, I think, 16 or so people registered. And like, there's people that just aren't here. What's going on? So yeah, if you guys didn't have the time change, that explains it. Checking in with them. Apparently there's a lot of prizes. Have you guys seen Jamjar's like Ursaluna deck? It is kind of scary. All right, they just won. Easy. Okay, so we had one game go to tie, one game finished in extra time. Jab and Milky missing the first round. You know what? I think that's a fine handicap for them to have, guys. I think that's a fine handicap. Hang on. So Jab and Milky, that means you missed the reveal tonight then too, eh? You missed the reveal. Thoughts? Huh? Thoughts? I think it's pretty cool. Not bad, hey? Huh? Also pretty snazzy. And then for when I do deck list reveals and stuff, like for photos, get this made too. Yeah, I kind of went all in. I went all in. Yeah, working with a site called Quokka Gaming. So for those of you based in Australia, highly recommend their product. And we may have a promo code for you guys coming up soon. I'll let you know how we go with that. But yeah, this, honestly, so keen for it. Like the quality of this, how it turned out, like the print of that, that's mint. That is mint. For those of you that I met out the Melbourne regionals also, you probably recognize that. That's what I've got done up for my business cards like a year or two ago. So I've literally just kind of taken that and scaled it up for a playmat. Yeah, like how it turned out. Legend? Legend, wrong channel. You got to go to the other site for that. We talked about this. What? You're not even... Oh, you are subscribed here. I'm like, you can't answer that. I mean, there is no other channel. There is no war in Bossing Say. All right, we'll get the next round started up. Want to open match issue? Why is there an open match issue? Oh, I just didn't close it. That's why. Checks out. You know, there's this crazy thing about cause and effect, and it applies. What's the cause of this thing? Oh yeah, that thing I didn't... Action. Okay, going into round 2. Good luck, everybody. Vice. Maybe I'll see you in the top cut. Now I know what your Straptor does. Its attack is relevant. All right, and I got a buy. Are you kidding? I got to buy. Bye. Okay, guys, that's it for stream. See you guys. It's been a pleasure. Now we're back. I think Vice is streaming, hey? We just go do some commentary on Vice's game? There's literally going to be 2 streams of Vice's stream. You playing Bear? Who's playing Bear? Someone's playing Bear. Someone is playing Bear. Unless, is anyone streaming their matches in Discord? If anyone's streaming their games in Discord, we could do that. Does not look like they are. Yeah, we just piggyback Vice's stream. They give you a moment you can stream? Yeah, if you hop on the Discord, let me know, Jeb. We can jump in there. We can jump in there. But for now, we just watch Vice. Hi, Vice. Maybe Vice is watching me watching him. I don't know. Do I have sound on his thing? I think I have the sound on his. I should. Maybe he's not talking. Or maybe I'm deaf. Maybe both. Who knows? I can hear the clicks of his game. Are we waiting matches? Round 2 started, Jess. So go check your pairings. You have a round 2 now. You have a new match. I have a bye this round, so we're watching Vice. So I just get to commentate. Yeah. Which means I can bounce a little bit more too. Hang on. Why is that not like fully in screen though? I guess it's good enough. Ah, close enough. It's not quite close enough, though, is it? Not quite close enough. Is it just not rectangular, or am I blind? Maybe I'm blind. Hang on. Ah, it is the full screen. I've just got it slightly zoomed in on my screen that I'm seeing the screen. We're good. I'm an idiot. Cool. Keep it up, guys. You're doing great. Jess, you won. You guys submitted the results. Hang on. I'm pretty sure you submitted the results. I didn't submit your guys' results, so if you submitted the wrong winner, apologies. But let's see. You won. Yeah, you have a 1. You won. Win, loss, ties. You got the win. You're good. And yeah, you're good. Like if we go to round 1, Jess win over Bevy. You're good. All right, back to the game. We got Vice opening the Basculin, going for the Artisan so we can get another benched basic Pokemon out. Nice. What are they looking for here? They don't have the Bronzong in there? Unless it's in hand already? Already in hand? Okay. It's got the Straptor in hand already as well. If you guys were here for the match I had into Vice, kind of relevant attacker. First attack, 60 damage. Doesn't take damage from basics the following turn. If your deck is heavily reliant on basics, which it kind of looks like this person's might be, they're going to have a bad time. Yep. And looks like he was going first, so can't declare gather the crew, unfortunately. I wonder if he's running Cigaro or whatever. What's his name? It's got like an S for a name. He looks like knockoff Nappa. And it just lets you evolve your Pokemon the first turn it's in play, as long as it evolves into something without a ability. So you could go Bronzor into Bronzong immediately and just lock the opponent out from being able to evolve. Because, like, honestly, such a bully if yes, but so good at the same time. Okay, we are seeing Bellsprout coming out. Oh, is this the list from last week that it's like Victory Bell does 120 and then like at the end of their next turn they take another 120 or something like that? It's kind of an interesting concept. I feel like they need ways to lock you in the active though. Just going for double draw, ending their turn, drawing 2. Not a very explosive start out of the gate. Vice going for the Artisan, grabbing a Natu. Nice, finding his basics is Natu problem. Has the hard retreat out of the Basculin, going into Bronzor, and is he going to be going for the Evolution Jammer? I think he's going for the Evolution Jammer. Such a bully, I love it. Having the Arizu. Is he going? He's doing it. Getting the Natu, or the Zatu. Can thin his deck a little bit too. Grabbing the Rapska, grabbing the Stravia. Rapska becomes a pretty easy discard target for Ultra Ball too. And it's like, I don't really need Dreller for this matchup. Cool, get him out. In the bin. Squall. Oh, okay. I was like, don't joke about that. Bad joke. Bravery Charm on the Maractus, making him a pretty beefy boy. Buddy Buddy popping a fail. Interesting. I guess they're just trying to thin their hand down. Nah, that's all good, man. That's all good. We're on watch now. All right, going for double draw again? Okay. Bit of a slow start for the opponent. I guess Vice being able to lock them out of evolving might be disrupting them quite a bit. Like if they're holding the Weeping Bell or the Victory Bell and just they literally can't do anything with it. Could be grabbing the Starly to start that evolution lineup. Yeah, looking like he is opting for that. Xatu. Nice. And they don't really need anything else, eh? Another Natu? Double Xatu? Crazy draw power? If he can get into energy at least? Or it just becomes an Ultra Ball target if they need it. And yeah, that Evolution Jammer. You don't have a bad time. It's a little bit interesting though, like seeing the Maractus of all things. I don't understand how you're charging that up. Like there's just not a great energy acceleration for grass decks in this format, unfortunately. So I'd be curious to know what they're running. The Rude, switch off, switch one of your opponent's bench Pokemon with their active. Okay, that's kind of cool. Bit of disruption. Another double draw to end the turn. Ooh, all right. Yeah, they just are not really getting online here. Getting the Reller out. Okay. I guess he gets the Reller. You get Rabska out. It prevents the Zarude from gusting something into the active. Actually, would it? Does it target your bench or does it target the player? I have to read the wording on it again. Might be able to get around it. But getting the Psychic Energy out with the Xatu does give you a way to get into some pretty good card advantage here. Finding the Straptor. That thing is honestly a menace. I love it. Squall, what is the most valuable thing on PTCGL? You got 1600 and no idea what to do with them? I'm not sure. Like, are you talking about crafting materials or like the purple crystals? I don't really look into the values of it, to be honest. It's just kind of one of those things of like, I have surplus from coming over from PTCGO and a bunch of just extra code cards. So I haven't really bothered. Purple crystals? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure, man. When it comes to stuff like that, I don't want to give anyone advice. It's kind of your decision, ultimately, what you do with it. Like, if you want to bling out decks, put it into that. If you want to be able to get crafting materials so that, yeah, you can construct stuff, then it's like, yeah, you use the crystals, I think, to get celebrations packs would probably be your best bet, because you get hollows from that. If you have more than 4, they get broken down into credits. You can use that to craft cards. But if you don't have a lot of cards from celebrations to begin with, then it's like you'd have to complete the set first, and trying to do that with purple crystals, you're wasting your resources. So maybe hang off until they put out like a trainer's toolkit type thing where it just like gets you staples. But the battle pass is pretty good for giving you those kinds of cards already. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's kind of up to you what you use it on. All right, Rabska getting online. Nice. Gives them some solid protection for their bench. And Xatu giving them that draw power. Charging up the Enamorous. And yeah, I think they're kind of just at a point where it's just Evolution Jammer. You're kind of locking them out of being able to do anything. Eventually, this Maractus goes down. Also, apologize. I think we're going to change this song. It's a good song, but it's a little too slow. Also realizing I don't think we have the music showing on this, do we? There we go. That's better. That's better. Gardenia? All right. Okay, so that's, I guess, their only real way of energy acceleration in this list. They are not having a great time over there, though. Like, neither of them has really gotten a lot of setup. Vice has an energy acceleration engine on, and he's got a backup attacker on. Straptor needs a decent ways to go. But yeah, the opponent, it's like, they've got the Ogre Pawn, they've got this Rude, but Vice just gets Straptor online, and he can kind of shut down both of those. The Victory Bell might be a little bit tricky. I think they'll be fine. The opponents, what? They need Rare Candy, get one of the Bell Sprouts up. It only does 120 though. And then you just like move out of the active and you don't take the secondary 120. The penny. Oh, okay. That's pretty spice. Kind of just bought a bunch of time there. Zarude does have the 2 grass energy, so they can flip 3 coins, 70 damage for each heads. 2 heads, they get a KO here. Okay. Could be relevant. And then now it is at the point where if Vice goes into the Straptor, he can prevent damage from the basic, but then the opponent's able to evolve this following turn. So yeah, if they do have a Rare Candy, go into Victory Bell, hard retreat into it, get an attack off. Okay. This be interesting. All right, but Vice does have a grass Pokemon on his bench, so the Enamorus will be doing the extra damage because the opponent has grass guys in play. So yeah, a pretty good spot. They've got grass guys, they've got water guys, they've got colorless. Yeah, so like regardless, they got one of the Skittles to line up. I love it for the Enamorus. It's kind of like, it's Skittles. There you go. Just match color your rainbow, and we're good. Going for the Iono. Fair. Getting into the energy for the Xatu to be able to accelerate to Straptor, so the following turn, it can be a pretty good threat for him. But yeah, getting the knockout into the Zarude. If the opponent can get a Victory Bell. Yeah, Victory Bell is this stage 2. Yeah, it's able to do 120 with the attack, so they'd be able to take out the Enamorus. Ogre Pawn doing, I think it's 20 base, and then an extra 20 for each of your Pokemon in play, so they just need one more thing on their bench. Artisan's in play. They shouldn't have any issue. They get to the 120. So I think Enamorus gets taken out here. And then, it's kind of just like a tag back and forth situation. First one to miss a knockout. Yeah. So they get the KO. Odds 20 damage for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon? Oh, I thought it was theirs. Okay. Okay, so Vice can kind of play around the Ogre Pawn to a degree. But at the same time, just knock it out. That's a good way of playing around it. Should be all right. Squall, is there ever going to be a Triple B merch? He'd love a Triple B playmat. There might be. There might be. I'll let you know. It's definitely something that's in the works. It's definitely something I've been considering because Jab had been asking about it recently too. So it's like I might be doing playmats. I'm thinking like playmats, hats, shirts kind of thing. I'm not sure if there's anything else you guys would want. But it's definitely something I hadn't really considered because I kind of viewed it as like, oh, it's my logo. Like, why would people want stuff with my logo on it? But yeah, no, if you guys want it, yeah, can definitely look into it. All right, they get the Xatu. They accelerate the energy out for the Enamorus. Looking good. Counter Catcher being online. Pretty relevant. Right? Like they could take out the Weeping Bell if they're scared of it. Take out the Weeping Bell and then you just use Tailspin away. Or take out a Bellsprout because you can use Tailspin away into it and just like bank on the fact that they might not have a Victory Bell. Getting the other Xatu off the prizes, that's big. Okay. Some good energy acceleration there. Legend, you're most excited for Terrapagos. Oh, question of the day. What's the best deck from Stellar Crown? I gotta update that. That's just like question of the month at this point. I thought I had it set to like the most exciting card from Surging Sparks. Honestly, so keen for that set. So keen for it. All the single prizers in it looks so good. Getting into another Zarude. All right. They go for Dizzying Spin. Doesn't hit the bench. Does confuse the active. He can just hard retreat out of that, though. Right? Like hard retreat, potentially Arven for another rescue board if he's got two. And then it's just like charge up an Enamorous to get an attack off. There is one. Oh, okay. I'll look into that after this then. Right, because I think I have one as a question of the day, and I think we tried setting up a poll last week, and I never actually turned that off. The Enamorous gets the KO into Spinda. They're able to respond with the Ogre Pawn, though. Interesting to see how this goes. Ice was thinking. Yeah. Taking out that little koala. Is it a koala? I feel like it's a koala. It's like a little drunk koala. He had too much eucalyptus. Too much eucalyptus for that koala. All right, getting another grass energy onto the Zarude. Interesting. I thought they would have gone for the Ogre Pawn for sure. Like, Ogre Pawn's guaranteed KO into an Enamorous. Zarude is, you're kind of just hoping. Okay. So yeah, Vice can literally just go into Staraptor if he has the energy. 5 in the discard pile, 3 in play. They do have Night Stretcher to get 1 guaranteed back into hand. So they could go Super Rod, put 3 into the deck, Night Stretcher 1 out, draw into them with Xatu. Right, because you get Straptor online, and then it's just, I take no damage from basics. They just need to deal with that Bellsprout, and he has nothing that can become a threat. He's just on the stream, super unlucky flips. Yeah, but at the same time, like when you have a guaranteed knockout with the Ogre Pawn, you could go for that. The coin flips is a bit of a Hail Mary thing. So they are in a position where it's basculing into the active. They got a free retreat option. And yeah, they do have the way to get multiple energy back in the deck with Super Rod, just so they don't deck themselves out while attaching to the Xatu, or attaching with Xatus. Or they could just Lana's Aid 3 back into hand, I guess, too. That is a play. Fair. Xatu first. Not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. Right, because they draw this last card, then you Super Rod, you put 3 back in deck. You have 3 turns to kind of draw through that. just in case the opponent does try and gust stall them. I think they just get it here, though, right? Because it's 180. You take the knockout into Ogre Pawn. Even if they get into Victory Bell does 120 and needs a turn to resolve the secondary damage from it. Like, it's an interesting concept, but it just feels a little too slow. And trimmer. Oh. Dang. They run 2 of those. Okay.
Yay!
All right.
Yay!
Or a
Yay!
salop. How's it going? Welcome to the Goomba Gang. Yeah, they do get the Victory Bell out, so it does 120 flat damage, and then yeah, at the end of your opponent's next turn, they take another 120. So the Straptor just kind of like sits there, tanks the hit, Night Stretcher, get a Psychic Energy back from the bin, swing into it for 180. Or just top deck an energy, that does it too. Vice is on a run tonight. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. So yeah, it gets that last prize. I'm not sure if it even resolves the end of its turn because he does have the last prize. Yeah, it's just like, game's over. Nice. Solid run, Vice. Solid run. Okay, we will check how much time's left in the round. Oops. How are we doing? That's first round. I need second round. Okay, so there's about 6 minutes left until the next one starts. Jamdar's into Bebezero, Jab into Kuba. Jamdar's on control, so I'm wondering if that'll resolve in time. We will see. And yeah, I think we just take a quick 5. I gotta pop to the bathroom. If you guys gotta do the same, hop to it, grab yourself a water and some snacks, and yeah, I'll see you in a minute. We'll run a commercial just so that when we are back, you don't get one then, because well, it's just unfortunate timing. But yeah, we'll be right back, guys. Oh, hey there. Legend, those are some sneaky old ads. Why? What happened? I'll just do it as like a timer thing. So it's 2 minutes ads. It's just so you guys don't get them for like an hour. It's I think for every hour I need to run 3 minutes of ads, and then you guys don't get like the pre-roll thing. Just for people like jumping into the channel for the first time. It's not like here's an ad. All right, how are we doing though? So 30 seconds left in the round. We've still got Jamjar and Kuba finishing theirs. Just checking in with them. And then what's the other one we've got? Kuba and Jab. What? Keep draw passing you in a... Confused. Yeah. So Jamjar gets that one. The opponent's conceding. 2 prizes for both. Okay, play it out. We'll give some extra time up for them. Milky, it's Milky. You're Milk Slayer now. Milky, weren't you already here as spooky something earlier? Why you keep changing on me, man. You keep changing on me. No, you're a different Milky. Ah, okay, because there's someone named Milky Way. But yeah, I think they're a mod. They should have a sword. Milk Slayer doesn't have a sword. Wait, Milky, are you not a mod? Or do you have different accounts? You're Spooky right now. Is Spooky a different account though, or is it Milky with a different name? You guys always keep me on my toes. Just total 4 rounds? Yes, so 4 rounds, and then there is a top 8. So if you make top cut, then there's potentially 3 extra rounds. It's single elimination from top 8 though, so if you make top 8, if you win the first round, you go into the semis. If you win that round, you go into the finals. But if you lose one of those, then it's just like, oh, well, that's the end of the run. What is going on? Legend, I don't know, man. I just live here, okay? It's just there's Goombas, and then we're getting goomed, and then I don't know. Something asparagus, something milky 2, spooky milky. I too much responsibility. You don't want to be what? No, that's fine, Milky. For some reason, I thought I made you and Jab mods, but no, if you don't want the responsibility, that's fair, man. Not everybody wants the burden of having a sword, okay? You'll change your name to Milky Owl to get a 3rd in the chat? Hey, if you want. It's like there was a time when it was, what was the name? Blueberry? We had like a Blueberry 83, and then later there was like a Blueberry 166, and we're like, hang on, that's double this. Is this the same person? And they're like, no, we genuinely don't know each other. I'm like, I don't know if they're messing with me right now or not, but they didn't know each other. All right, what's going on here? Okay, so Kuba is saying that Jab got the win. Okay, Easy. Cool beans. Well, that goes into the next round then. Next round, boys. Get this started up. Got round 3 paired, guys. Do we have somebody drop? Kuba dropped. Oh, Kuba. Sorry to hear that. Who am I paired with? 9 egg. Cool beans. I guess I could show you guys the screens I'm looking at. It'd make a little bit more sense. All right. So yeah, into 9 egg. Send them a friend request. 9 egg. If you are in chat, just make sure to mute, minimize. Steve Sprout. Is this the... Hang on. Why does this feel familiar? Are they the one running the victory bell thing? They are. Okay. Cool beans. Cool beans. Switching over here. Legend, you're going to change your name to Milky Legend 3007? I am Milky 3007. It's over 3,000. And is that impressive? No, not really, but if you triple it, we can talk. Milky, you didn't even know Limitless had this function. You've always just used Tom. To do tournaments? Yes. You need to be like a tournament organizer on it, though. Need to convince you to change your name to Milky BTCG. Triple Milk TCG. It is pretty nifty. Milky, you're pretty nifty. That applies to all of you. Milky 3007, Milky Way, or I guess I should say the spooky man formerly known as Milky Way. Milk Slayer, Squall Milk, and even 9 Milk G. All right. Not a great opening hand, but not the worst opening hand. The Morty could be relevant. Like I could Morty this way, potentially get into an out for the Moltres, Basin in play, Basin in energy to the Moltres, takes damage, coming to the active knockout. It's a lot of steps, but it's technically possible. What's he do though? 10 damage to each of my guys and confuses me. I can evolve through the confusion. We're fine. That I can work with. Do I go for the Evo TM though, or do I go for the Moltres play? I'm kind of thinking we go for the Moltres play. That's nice though. Do I have the Moltres? Oh, of course that Moltres is prized. Get out of here. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just Basin. Or not Basin. This. Get that. Evolve them up. Could go for the tail on fire just to get energy out, but nah. We do this. We have rare candy. I can get into another Charizard too if I want. Suppose I should have double checked that the Charmeleon's in here before committing, but nah, we're good. Never punished. Jab you for some milk? Milky jab? Milk's like gonna make you blush. Oh, what happens to milk if you blush it? Strawberry milk? Strawberry milk's all right. Strawberry milk's not bad. They just get Gardenia and actually hit 2 off of it. Might be in danger. Okay, no, we're fine. Like, they could go into that and take a knockout, but to retreat, they decide not to. We good. Oh, Okie dokie. Do I have any energy in the bin? I don't. Morty's for 1 feels like such a waste. I could go tail on fire. Get some energy out. If this gets knocked out, we're at least getting energy onto our bench that way. Is there any logical thing to go into here? Not really. Like Morty's for 1. Yeah, it's not Morty's for 1. I think it genuinely is just this. Dang. All right. He still just does 10 to me though. So we survived this hit if he goes for it again. I could have... Like bossing that also doesn't seem like it makes any sense though. They're getting more guys onto their bench at least, though, so Morty has a bit more value to it. I get an out for Charizard. We're good. That's an out for a Charizard. Pretty hefty attack, though. Kind of leaning towards we just Morty, we get rid of the Torkoal. Hurts a little bit. Does it take out the guy off the bench? No, and it only does 120, so we could take this out off the bench. Could soften him up. Or I could go into this. Treat that. Go into that. Big commitment just to get a Zard out. Right, damage that. This gets knocked out though. Oh, you're actually kind of annoying. Should I have gone into you? No, you don't get a knockout either. Not how I wanted that to play out, but this will survive at least. And the fact that this discards is not great. I do only have to discard 2 though, which is only 1 because of the Charizard. So Basin, move it back up to the active. We have a pretty good loop here. Be all right. Milk Slayer Strawberry Milk was so good. Only reason you even miss elementary school, to be honest. Right? I feel like it's one of those things you can't really have it as an adult. It's a little bit frowned upon for some reasons. But I want it. But have you guys had Grimace Shake? I got one last weekend. I will admit to getting that as an adult. It was yummy. I enjoyed it. It tastes like a blueberry muffin. Squall, now you want strawberry milk, right? It's a vibe. Okay, so if they go Spinda, they confuse our active, but we have free retreat because we have an energy, and I can move the energy with Armorage. We're kind of fine. Oh, or we can just switch. Just bounce this back into the active. What can I hit you with that gets a knockout, though? This? But then he just brings that up and gets a knockout into us. We've got 100 health. He'd be doing exactly 100. It's a bit of a liability. This has 110 currently. We can knock out the active. Let's do that. Move to him. Move an energy up to him. Keep that there for the free retreat. And then next turn I can attach, move one up, take a knockout. Right? Because this can survive the hit from Ogerpon, and it can deal with the Ogerpon. But good. And bat, blueberry muffin, right? It's so good. So good. Honestly, yeah, if you get the opportunity, definitely try it. I like the Grimace Shake. Tried a Krabby Patty yet? I haven't. I have celiac, so I can't have any gluten. I feel like Krabby Patty is probably a no-go for me. Did he get it? They got it. Okay. We still have the Basin in play. We have this. We have Fire Energy in the discard. So he takes a knockout into this. Moltres goes active. It has Free Retreat. I can base into the Zard, attach to the Zard, switch into it, knock out the active. I just lose the ability to move energy to it. But he's only got the one guy out, so we just win. Yeah, we're good. Thank God they didn't have Counter Stadium. And that Charizard's ability applies to itself. And we bonk 340. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Squall, is it good? You've been wanting to try it, but you've heard such mixed reviews. I enjoyed it. My partner and I both enjoyed it. And like, she doesn't have a crazy sweet tooth, but was like, no, like, this is good. Like, we'll get this again. She's like, sweet. Plus, the Grimace meme made you think it was overhyped. Why? What was the meme for it? Krabby Patty no buns seems weird. Yeah, you can't have Krabby Patty no buns. It's just sad. It's just sad, flat meatloaf. All right, we got that one. Okay, so what am I on now then? 111? It's a little close for comfort. A little bit close for comfort. Getting the bye is not ideal. Like, it's a tie is not bad, right? But oh no, bye counts as a win. Never mind. Why do I had it in my head bye counts as a tie? Okay, bye counting as a win, then we're fine. It doesn't really feel earned though. We didn't have a like crazy high turnout this week either though, so it's yeah, like you just have to do decently and you get top cut. Like it's looking like Destra and Beppa are probably out of the running. They'll be on what, 1-2? 9 eggs on 1-2 right now. Also, I guess Milky or Jab, loser of their match, could be on 1-2 as well. Okay, you know, it's still pretty early days to make a call. Pretty early days. Realizing though, we do have the raffle going. So we've got what? There's only 4 people entered. Guys, okay, we're opening up entries for the raffle again. Exclamation raffle to get in. All you have to do is be a follower of the channel. Just join the Goomba gang. Boop that little follow button and go exclamation raffle and you get in for free. The winner will get 5 PTCGL code cards. There is some extra little things to it though. If you're subscribed, you get triple the codes. And if you're just feeling like generous or like you just don't want code cards for some reason, we can double it and we'll put it into another giveaway. Destro, welcome to the Goomba gang, buddy. Legend, I think you're already in. Yeah, you're already in. You're good. You could type it multiple times, though. That's fine by me. Hand Ninja. Your Greninja deck is much, much more powerful now. Terrapagos is here, and Palkia is a monster with the new stadium. Love to hear it. Love to hear that. Does Palkia kind of help get some energy out for the Greninja also? It's like covers the double colorless with the V-Star ability. Is that kind of the game plan for that, or how are you making that work? Yeah, nice. Spicy. All right, guys, we'll draw a winner for the raffle in like 30 seconds. He's there to charge him. Nice. And like pretty solid attacker on its own too. Like just big beat stick. Just bonk. Like it. Is the Greninja even like the main focus of the deck then? Or is it just kind of like a 1-1 line in there as like the back end to be like, hey, if I want to snipe 2 things, I can. If I want consistency to just grab a piece, I can. But at the same time, just Palkia can just scale damage ridiculously now. Palkia to remove the Charizards. Okay. Just because he's big beat stick? Fair. Your Ninja's in there because he's your favorite. Honestly, such a vibe. That's such a vibe, man. I can get behind that logic. Okay, we're going to be picking a winner, though. Closing the entries. And Nbat Embanet Nban. We'll call you Nban. Nbanet. Yeah, you won. Did you want the 5 BTCG code cards, or are we gonna double it and roll it again? NBA nut. It makes more sense. Okay. It's all lowercase, so I couldn't tell. Why don't you have NBA all as like caps? You'll take them? Easy, bud. Check me a message on Discord or Twitch, just being like, hey, I won, and I'll get you those code cards over. Okay. Complete that one, and we'll get another one going for you guys. So completely free to enter. Just make sure you are a member of the Goomer game. Hit that follow button. Little Tone, how you going, buddy? Yeah, an NBA nut. If you can send me a message, I can get you those codes over now, actually, because we do have a little bit of time. I finished my match quick, so we got some downtime. Just killing time, having little chit chats. Legend, no, you don't have a sword. You don't have that power. There's a reason. All right. And yeah, NBA. Actually, can I find you on here? Hang on. Because you don't have like a crazy hard name to type on Twitch. I can just message you on here. Oh, there we go. Found ya. And because there's only 5 codes, this isn't very hard to send. It's when we have it get up to like 200, then it's like, well, you need to go over to Discord. Yeah, I'm sending you those cards now. All right, codes to NBA. And those are sent. Easy. Too easy. Little
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
Little Tone, you missed the reveal. You want to see what was in the parcel we got today? You want to see the spice? And for anyone else that's just kind of like lurking, you want to see the spice? Isn't that so neat? Oh my god. Oh my god. Just kidding. Huh? That's actually pretty sick though. Yeah, I got a playmat made. Ooh, it looks nice. And you know what's better than one playmat? Because it's, you know, TripleBtcg. You can't just have one. That's just silly. Huh? Huh? Not bad. 2. Lil Tone, you think there's 3 playmats? What do you think I am? Some sort of monster? Who needs 3 playmats? Jesus. I do. I think they turned out pretty nice. I'm very happy with how these turned out. Am I planning on selling any of them? Like these ones in front of me? No, these are mine. But am I like going to potentially make these accessible to other people to buy their own? Maybe. Somebody had mentioned in the Discord that they wanted to buy one, so I might be looking into that tomorrow. We'll see. Is there any other stuff you guys would be interested in? You know, like hats or shirts? Because I have like stickers and stuff, but that's kind of if I run into people at regionals, like give them those. Only to AU. These are from Quokka Gaming. So it is an Australian-based company, yeah, that I'm looking into potentially working with. So I'd be getting like a promo code that I can share with you guys, so you can save a bit on there. And then any purchases you use while you use that promo code will also give a kickback to the channel. So it's a win-win situation, right? We love those. Love having those kind of situations. So yeah, I'll keep you guys posted on how we go with that. NBA nut first code was already redeemed. Really? Let me know how you go with those then. They shouldn't be. But yeah, let me know if there's any other ones and we'll get those replaced for you. Coffee mugs? You're a coffee snob from Melbourne though? Well, I can let you know, Crab. We can probably make that happen. You're from Melbourne? Like, I'm in Adelaide, man. Anything I get, I want it to be accessible in Australia. So no, you'll be good. POV, you sending $30 on shipping. Like, if you're willing to pay. Yeah, the shipping from Australia is always a pain, right? It's a tricky thing. It is a tricky thing. I feel like that's probably the biggest issue of trying to work with the Pokemon company. Because like they send me some Shrouded Fable stuff, but it's one of those things of, yeah, getting new products. I know it's not cheap for them paying to get stuff sent over here. So it does make it a little bit trickier, because I had asked about pre-release kits for Surging Sparks, because obviously I like to try and do those videos to help you guys going to pre-releases. So getting a bit slight earlier access to it would have been nice, but yeah, I think just with shipping, it's just like, this thing costs $40, but to ship it to you costs more. And I'm like, yep, fair. But we'll see. We will see. Toasty sounds like Mickey Mouse. Yeah. Well, it's from Mortal Kombat Legend. Other four worked, no problem. Okay, easy. NBA, I'll send one over to you, right? Meow then. Here's a bonus one. Well, not a bonus, replacement one. Yeah, they're code cards that I got from a card shop that like they literally just like gifted it to me because I don't know, we're buds. So it's just like, here's an ETB of codes. So the understanding I had was they aren't redeemed, but I think it's also just one of those things if like people just leave bulk around, it's kind of like, okay, just put it in here kind of thing. So there might be some that had been scooped up. All right, how are we doing on time though? Still 9 minutes in this round. Dang, we were too speedy. Oh, but everyone's matches are resolved. Do we jump into another one? Do we? I'll ask Weiss his thoughts too. Just popping into his chat. But yeah, everyone that's in here and in the tournament, thoughts on moving the start of the next round slightly forward? Weiss, you ready to go? Everyone else, you ready to go? Yeah? We bump it? We bump it forward? All right, all right. I'm not one to give into peer pressure, but I am one to be swayed by the opinion of other people. Totally different things, by the way. Completely different. All right, let's kick it off, guys. Emma, don't know if you're still in the tournament, but you're ready. Yeah, there's 4 rounds of Swiss, so you always get at least 4 rounds. And like with the turnout tonight, I had considered changing it to just 5 rounds and we pick a winner at the end of that. But I know a lot of people do like the top 8 experience, so we'll let that ride. Why did it not start the next one? Here. There we go. Here we go. All right, pairings are up, guys. Could I be showing you what I'm seeing? Yeah, I guess so. I'm just shy. So it's triple into Jab. Ooh, Jamjar into X Factor. Vice into Destra. Jess into 9-Egg. And Milky into Bebezero. Nice. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. All right, Jab. Jab's on the Turtles. Rude. Just rude. All right. Jab's like, you built a deck just to beat me. It's like, nah, man. I'm just going through all the different types. Just going through all the different types. Where is Jab on here? Someone is happy he's won? What? Server error? That's weird. Did they log out? And what's going on here? Jab just redeeming a bunch of hydrates? Oh, okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. Trying to put out my fire deck with some water. I see what you're doing. Wrong kind of turtle, man. Did Jab sign out or something? Oh, there he is. Like, genuinely. Where'd our little buddy go? Bruiser, your cat has you stuck in place right now? It's a vibe, right? Like, if they lay down, that's where you live. It's been decided. May as well just have an anchor on you. All right, we win the coin flip. Oh, we didn't win the coin flip. Try to predict the future. Some of the times that's right. Not today. And we get a mulligan. Oh, man. Okay. That is not what we want to open ever. But okay. Well, if I can get into an Evo TM, we'll be all right here. At least they also had like a less than ideal start. No turtles. Yet. Attach pass. Okay. Yeah, less than ideal. Basin. Okay, I can work with that. We'll go buddy buddy. Let's get that. Let's get that. Morty. Bin this. I can basin it out. Okay. Energy on there. Attach hard retreat. Get another one of these out, and we bonk. We're not bonking very hard, but we're bonking. Thinning some energy out. Beautiful. Also, good song, but a little too slow. Sorry, guys. This? Yeah, this I can get behind. The Evo TM. Okay, that's pretty big. And the Arvin. Okay, so it's got to be Nest Ball, right? Oh. Bit of a Hail Mary. You'd think it'd be Nest Ball, guarantee the Turtwig. Get a Turtwig out, Evo TM, get into a Grottle. Next turn, the Grottle can search out another Turtwig or the Torterra and they can start attacking, potentially. But yeah, they're just trying to go very aggressive. Ultra Ball. Okay. Now it's got to be Grottle. Maybe Silcoon. See what they go for here. Because they could go for the Silcoon just knowing that they could go Grottle to get into the Beautifly. Or if they have Beautifly in hand, they're already good. But yeah, 100% it's a Grottle. That's a threat next turn. Another Silcoon. Fair. I need stuff and things. Because, like, this could deal with him. That's about all he's doing right now. Right? And he's not even in the active. Something gets knocked out, we can at least Mela. Like, I don't really want to lose the 2 energy. Yeah, like, we're literally just thinning energy out at this point. The one thing we do have going for us is they don't have energy on their Grottle. Right? Like, they've got to manually charge that up. Or potentially get into a Gardenia, which I don't even know if he's running Gardenia. No Gardenia. So if I can get into some sort of Gust and just deal with that, we're good. But they're going to be going Grottle, another Turtwig. Next turn, that becomes another Grottle. And then it just runs away with it. That's pretty big. Another beautifly. Okay. Yeah, concerning. All right. So 5 evolutions out. They're doing 250 now. I need... What do I need here? Moltres? If I can get into the Moltres where I can do 120 to their bench, we're in a good spot. It's just hard retreat, go into that, move all the energy up, deal with the Grottle. And we are just not finding it. What is going on right now? I'm kind of okay with just ditching the mana feed to them. Right? Like, let them have that. Pass. I don't want to commit an experience share just yet, because as soon as I put it on something, he just guess kills that. But yeah, the fact that we have just not gotten into anything here is giving them way too much time to get online. Getting the Joltik. Okay, so the Joltik's able to accelerate energy out to the 2 Grottles. They have 2 attackers online. Dang. Coin flip, do you think the Festival Lead Diplin deck is good right now in the meta? Are we talking about for budget build battles or for standard? They're playing budget build battles right now, which is just like single prize focus format. And like for this, yeah, completely fine. For standard, probably not. No, I'll be honest. I think Dusclops Dust Noir will give you a really hard time. You're not able to one-shot a lot of things in the meta right now either. I was really banking on this getting knocked out. If this gets knocked out, we're having a bad time. But if this gets KO'd, we're kind of fine. So I'm banking a little bit on the fact that I think their hand might be a little bit bricked. Right? Like they don't have a way to shrink their hand size. Like no Squovit, I feel like kind of hurts them. They do have the Galvantula. That's nice. Not for us, but for them, it's nice. I'm glad that he added that to the list. I think last week he just had the Joltics, and I was like, you got the energy for it. Why don't you use this? Good secondary attacker. It's another evolution to scale up Torterra. Added it in, and yeah, relevant. Okay, so it does go for the knockout into Manaphy. We're going to check the damage Charmander in the active. We can hard retreat it going into this. Okay, we have a switch too, so we're kind of okay. And I think we just bank on having this here. Can Night Stretcher back something? Like, I don't really want to do that, though. Mela for 3 also doesn't feel great. Okay, that I can work with, though. That's not the one, that's the one, right? 3 energy onto it, deal with the Grottle. Haven't used Basin yet. Have hard retreated. Okay. Get another one of those out. I can Lana's Aid it back in a pinch. Take that out. They don't have a way to thin. It's like take that out or take out one of their draw engines, but like double draw engine, I'm kind of fine with. It's their attackers I'm more scared of. Don't have a great way to deal with him at the moment. This gets knocked out, that energy gets pulled here. Bezigosa, nice. Point flip, you're talking about standard. With that being said, do you think that the Hydrapple Tiamat Gograpon deck is any better? You're looking into upgrading your Diplin one into that. Like, no. They're fun decks. They're not relevant in the meta, though. No. Like, I would never encourage somebody to sleeve that up and bring it to like a League Challenger, League Cup. Like, just being completely honest. Very fun decks. I want them to be good, but admittedly, they're not. Like, right now, the meta is kind of Dust Noir and stuff. Like Charizard, Dust Noir, Terrapagos, Dust Noir. Dragapult's good. Regidrago's good. Raging Bolt's good. But yeah, Hydrapple isn't fast enough. And Festival Lead, I feel like you just get bullied by Dust Noir a little too hard. And like into other stuff, like into Terrapagos, for example, like their Dust Noirs are taking you out. And then also their Terrapagos, you're not hitting hard enough to deal with them. Like, it's just not a great spot for them to be in. More of a gimmick rogue deck than meta? Yeah. Cool decks, but yeah, just not really relevant, unfortunately. What do I want to get into here? Probably this. Fish. Fish is nice. Okay. Yeah, we're in a bit of a weird spot right now. Check that down. I think we do check another EXP share out. I don't have a way. Oh, I do have a way to get a knockout with him, I guess. Right? There's energy in here. I could just go Lana's, get these 3 back. I don't hate that idea, to be honest. Attach. Hard retreat. Push that up. 2 experience shares in play. This gets knocked out. We just immediately get them back. And then bench this as another attacking threat. Yeah, that'll do it. This gets knocked out. I can bring it back with Stretcher. This goes to the active. Move these energy up onto him. Retreat it. Back into this. Knock him out. They have another Grottle out. There. I need to get into more attackers here. And I guess like the other thing is Armor Rouge can also be a relevant attacker, right? We hit weakness into them. We do 180 burn between turns. We're effectively doing 200. Like it takes out Torterra. So it's just one of those things. If I can get into Charizard ever, Armor Rouge becomes a much more relevant attacker. Like just being able to loop them into each other. That's also pretty good. Bit more of a commitment for energy, but good. And I get to save the Stretcher. Yeah, nice. NBA not wild to see experience share getting any use. For this, it's beautiful. Tracks 333. Ooh, the triple. Love it. Welcome to the Goomba Gang, bud. Legend experience share is really good in this deck. It's such a nice loop. I love it. Love it. Do they have another out for a Torterra? Like Lana's or Night Stretcher, or they're just already holding one? That's pretty big. Hang on. Were they running Gardenia? Oh, they do have Gardenia. I'm like, why did I think they didn't have it in the list? Okay. They got Torterra back in the list, or back in the deck, but they've already used Grottle. Miss the Goza, miss the Goza. No. All right, of course they hit them as it goes. Getting another Grottle out, so they evolve the Bench Turtwig, which can then use Sundrent Shell and get the Torterra out to evolve the active Grottle to take a knockout into our Entei. Honestly, solid play. Solid play. Okay, so I can get Entei back with the Stretcher. Yeah, that there. That there. We have another Fire Energy, so that's a non-issue. Can just kind of keep doing this nice loop we've got. Is there any other guys in here? No. Those are relevant. I'd like those in my hand, please. Mezagosa, see if we can get anything off this. Maybe we don't need to use the Stretcher yet. Nice. We should have another Entei in here. We do. Just grab that. Do that. Do that. Mela? Mela. That's pretty relevant. Yeah, like, I think we just kind of keep doing this. And like, honestly, it's probably Ultra Ball. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Grab a Charmeleon. Still keeping an energy on that. That's good. Got some resources to play with. Can they get another Torterra? Because what's that? 2 in the bin now? Is that both in the bin? It's only 1 in the bin. Okay. So they have the Grottle to get into another Torterra. They've got the rare candy, or they're just already in the other Torterra. Fair. The boss going for the Charmeleon? Fair enough. And like, honestly, if I could get into a boss, if we could boss up their Silcoon, I could just start attacking with the Moltres. Right? Like, we could just go Moltres, take out the benched Grottle. We don't want to take out the benched Beautifly because then they could potentially recycle it back, evolve the Silcoon, have cheaper retreat cost, get out of the active. How many switches have they used? We check Moltres in the active for now. Or do they even run switch? They have to run switch, right? 2 switch, and we haven't seen any. Okay, so Gust Doppler wouldn't do anything here then. Do have the rare candy. So yeah, it's, can I deal with this, and do they have out for another one to come back? Dang. I think they get it. Right? What was the way I have out of this? It's like if I had a luxury cape for the Entei, I could get up to 250. They have Gengar in the discard pile up. Finally, we find a draw supporter. But yeah, I think that's just going to be game. They've likely got Knight's Treasure or Lana in hand. Arvin. Okay, so Arvin for Knight's Treasure. And that'll do it. Arvin for Switch. Do they not have any more recovery? Super Rod's gone. They've supported already, so no Lana this turn. No Night Stretcher? No Night Stretcher. Do they just not have it? Are they out of resources? Really? Huh. We got there. Dang. I did not expect that. Like, was fully just banging on like, oh, Arvin Night Stretcher game. No Night Stretcher. Heck, I gotta look at his list. That feels odd to not be in there. No Night Stretcher. And no Lana. Why? How are they recovering cards? Is it literally just Super Rod? It's just Super Rod. You don't play Stretcher Tap. No Stretcher and no Lana. Why? You need more recovery in there. A little too aggressive on that, I think. Because yeah, like honestly, if you had Stretcher, that's game right there. Like I was just like, oh, he's just has the recovery card. Like you had that bench Grottle all charged up. Like I knock him out, he goes into this, it's game. Turds go Burr. Fair enough, but like, yeah, okay. I guess the game plan is kind of just you have a Grottle benched, you're rare candying up 2 Torterras. Like you manually evolve 2 Torterras, you rare candy up 2 Torterras. Like you're just super rodding 2 Torterras back each time is kind of the game plan. I feel like, yeah, you want one Night Stretcher or one Lana in there. Like cut one energy and put one of those in. Especially just off the fact that both those, like either of those cards is able to recover an energy. So it's effectively just, hey, it is another energy. You played too slow in the open? Like, it's not like I was going any faster, but like poking you with Charmander. And then I had to get to a point where I'm like, all right, I need to hard retreat out of the active, go into Manaphy, banking on you knocking out my Manaphy to get Mela online. Like that was the only draw supporter I found, and then found no draw supporters until that last prize I took. I got a research and I was like, okay, next turn I have draw support, but like he just wins here. It's like it's redundant. And then yeah, I had an extra turn. You should have been taking KOs and not the spider things. No, the Joltik to get energy out, I think, was the right call. That was the right call. Because when you did that Joltik was when I was banking on you taking a knockout into my Manaphy. I was like, he knocks out my Manaphy, Mela comes online, I can get into cards and I can get back into the game. And then you were like, Joltik, set up 2 attackers. It's like, oh, okay, well, he's got attackers online now and I've got nothing. And then the next turn you evolved that Joltik up into the Galvantula and I was like, man, he did it. He added it in the list. So like, no, honestly, that Joltik play, that was perfect. Destra, how long have you been doing these format matches? This is week 14 of the tournaments. And then I think before that, we had been playtesting it like a month leading up to it. So it's a format I've kind of had in the back of my head for like a year and a bit, but just didn't really have a way to play it. Because like I didn't have tournament organization status on Limitless, and then was trying to mainly focus on like getting my head around content creations, like editing for YouTube, streaming regularly on Twitch, and then it's like trying to add this into the mix too. It's just a lot going on. Like I post shorts regularly on TikTok, YouTube, make long form content for YouTube, and then stream 2 nights a week while also working full time and finding time for my partner and trying to stay sane. So it was just one of those things of like, it took a while to kind of get around to it. But yeah, we've been regularly doing these tournaments for, about 3 months now, 3.5. The EXP share combo, it's nice, eh, Jam? It was like, you kept knocking my guys out, and it's like, okay, Moltres to the active, move an energy to it for your treat, pivot into whatever, move stuff up. And I was like, all right, this is good. Like, if I can get that loop on consistently, it's nice. If you head back to week 3, you think you played as Arthless? Nice. It's good. Yeah, it was one of those decks that's like, I did early concepts of it. Like, when we were starting out the format, I was like, okay, each type, what's kind of relevant? And it's like fire, you kind of just make like a box deck like this. Water, you have Excalibur stuff. You have Kingdra we've been seeing popping up recently, and I like that. People have been doing like Swim Freely, Goldeen with Sea King is pretty cool. Right? Like you can rush energy out to the Swim Freely Sea King, but then the Goldeen has Festival Lead, so you can have like Thwacky in there for a bit of consistency. That's a nice list. Destra, this is sick. Your buddy and you have been doing NRB matches for months just for funsies. But you found this just last night. No, nice. What's NRB? No rule box? Wonder what's going on with Grass. Yeah, I don't know what's up with Grass. Grass doesn't really have any relevant attackers. There's no good attackers. There's no good abilities. Yeah, I don't know. Grass, yeah, you've got Torterra. You've got Galvantula is something people have kind of played around with as a concept. There is... what was the other good Grass deck? Festival Lead. Festival Lead, like wacky Diplin is a relevant deck. Like for this, yeah, only hitting 100. It's like, well, you're double tapping into most things, or potentially you're knocking out 2 pre-evolutions and taking 2 prizes. Like, it's pretty cool. Post rotation Grass is in shambles. There's still a Festival Lead deck. I think Festival Lead Diplin becomes probably the best Grass deck. And like, honestly, next set, I feel like we get enough new attackers for this format that we're good. Right? Like, we're losing some pretty cool stuff, but I think it just gets replaced. Like, we're losing the Dragapult that snipes 100 to 3 things. We're losing Torterra. But like, other than that, not too much. Like, Lost Box going, I think, is fine. I don't know. I feel like Lost Box has kind of had its time. Lost Box is just like one of those decks that if you're coming from Standard over to this format, it's a good one to kind of jump onto, because it's like, all right, I know what this does. I'm good to go. And it's like, yep, you pretty much play it like you play Lost Box in Standard, just the card counts are a little bit different. So you have some different pieces in there. It's like, oh, well, now I have Banette to help out. And it's like, yep, fair. Sin 7, you can't see a format that loses double colorless reprint incoming? Probably, yeah. Because I think we had, double colorless energy, that rotated, and then not long after we got twin energy. And then we had twin energy and double turbo energy in rotation for a while. So like there was a slight overlap, and then it was like twin energy rotated. We just went down to double turbo energy, but then we had that for 2.5 years. So I feel like we'll probably get some other double colorless energy in like the next 6 months, realistically. Same goes for bench protection. Like, Manaphy rotates, I feel like we'll get another quick to set up bench protector. Dr. Destra! Professional Goomba, man. I appreciate you, bud. Cheers to that. Yeah, I feel like there'll be some interesting tweaks to things we currently have. But like, I guess with Manaphy, we do already have Rabska. It's like a pseudo replacement, but being on a stage 1, it's weird. It's I guess in the Sun and Moon format, we had Machoke that was kind of the same thing. It was like bench protection, damage counter protection. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Being on stage 1, it feels weird, Josh. It feels weird. We do have Rabska, but the fact that it's like, if you run it as a 1-1 line and you prize either of those pieces, you're kind of SOL. But I guess Heavy Ball rotates anyway, so it's not like you just be able to go, oh, we'll get this basic from the prizes if I prize my one-off thing. So maybe it is just, it becomes Rabska. Rabska's the coolest. He's pretty neat. He's pretty neat. He's getting an EX now too, so maybe it becomes a bit more relevant. Getting an EX, and it's getting one of those things that it's like, if you have 3 cards remaining in your deck. So maybe that is what they're leaning into. It's just like, yeah, you have to run Rabska for your bench protection and like ability or effect protection, but Here's a slight bonus to running it. Rabska EX? Yeah, Rabska's getting an EX. You want to see? We can give it a sus. So Rabska EX, upside down draw 3 cards from the bottom of your deck, and then Psychic. So grass double colorless does 20 damage and 90 more for each energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. It's kind of relevant. I'm not sure if this will be in Surging Sparks or it might be like as a promo product because it is a gym promo in Japan. So how we get these released kind of varies. Vice a few streams ago said something like for Rabska to be really good, they have to give it an EX and for it to be its own deck. Vice, are you saying your uncle works at Pokemon? Confirmed? But yeah, so we're getting that Rabska, and then there is this one. So triple draw 3 cards. We like triples, but I'm mixed on this card. But then the second attack, grass, 40 damage, and if there are 3 or fewer cards in your deck, it does 200 more. So effectively 240 to close out the game. Like if your deck runs Luminous Energy, then it's just, hey, I have Rabska for bench protection. Oh, but I can also use it as an attacking option in the end game. So like kind of relevant. Vice, what's happening with Top Cut? I don't know. Are we at Top Cut yet? First phase. Oh, it is round 4. Everyone's done. Okay. Well, I guess we're starting Top Cut, Vice. Was I going on a tangent? Maybe. All right. Top 8. Who we got in top 8? Jamjar into Milky, Vice into Jess, X Factor into Jab, and Triple into Destra. Destra? If you're here, man, which I'm 90% sure you are because you just subscribed, just mute it. Mute and minimize, it's appreciated, but is what it is. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm sorry, Vice. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Is it almost bedtime for you? We got to speed run this? I know it's late for you. Normally you're like, 7:30, I gotta head off. It's dinner time. So I was very surprised when I saw you pop up. I thought you'd just be doing the North American ones. Yeah, Destra, I'll see you in a second, man. Good luck. Yeah, it's late. Nah, honestly, that's fair, man. That is fair. I appreciate seeing you come out, though, man. I like having you in these tournaments. It's neat. You always cook up some spice. I guess the 2 times. We played a friendly match. When I was starting out the format, we did a friendly. I think you ran Torterra. I had Dragapult. And it came down to the wire. Like I got you with like a Debo TM play. I was like, nice. Just best of 1 in the top cut. Yeah. The games can go a little bit long. I feel like doing best of 3 of these in a top 8. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be here till 1:30 in the morning. It's a pretty casual format. We are going to be doing top 8 of the season, though. So I don't know if you've been here when I've talked about that, but I've started a season for the tournament. So from beginning of October till end of December, cutoff will be December 20th. You'll be getting points from the tournaments towards the season. Best finish limit of 8 for the weekly tournaments and 1 for the North American special events. Those will count towards the points. But then, yeah, top 8 for that whole season will play a mini tournament. That will do as a best of 3. And then winner of that does get an exclusive play mat for the format. What's the name I'm looking for? Destra. GLC at regionals are also best of 1. Yeah. Like single prize match. They can go on for a bit. And it is kind of just it's a for fun thing. Blueberry. We were talking about you earlier, Blueberry. Because there was 2 Milkies popping up. And I was like, you guys remember that time there was Blueberry 83 and Blueberry 166? And I was like, you guys know each other? And then you didn't, apparently? How you been, man? How have you been? The tournaments are going good. We've started an official season for them. So that kicked off last week. So if you're keen to get in on it, still plenty of time. It's best finish limit of 8. So even if you join the tournaments a little bit late, like miss a couple, you still got to run. And I might knock it down, honestly. I think I might knock it down to best finish limit of 6. It's yeah. Does kind of encourage people to push for that first and second place type thing. Yes, we go first. Good morning, all Toby. Fuck, that's a good username. How you going, Toby? Oh, like I gotta love when somebody pops in chat and just reading their name gives me a giggle. I appreciate you. No, genuinely, that's a good username. Oh, it got me. Blueberry just taking a lunch break so you can join briefly. If you still can't join tournaments during workout, nah, like fair enough. I guess it's a bit frowned upon, hey? We'll chuck a Torkoal down just in case they go for a donk play. It'd be bad times had if that happens. Vice just waiting on your opponent. All good. All good. Who we got? Jess Ghoul. If you are in chat, make sure to check in. I think they're a bit confused with how pairings worked earlier. I hope they understood that they made top cut. It should have a little pop-up on Limitless when you do. But yeah, Vice, maybe just make a judge call and then I'll check in. If it's more than like 7 minutes, we just give you the win. We'll give a bit like 5 minutes-ish because we did start the round a little bit early, but hang on, what does this deck do? What am I watching out for? Hypno. What? Daydream, during your opponent's next turn, if they attach an energy from their hand to the defending Pokemon, their turn ends. And it does damage. Okay. Well, I don't like that. I feel like I just let them do it this turn, though. Right? I just need one energy for this, and I can get an attack off. You think they found your request? You're playing? Okay, fair. Like, they don't know that they're in a tournament still, but somebody wants to play a game. Yeah, okay. Blueberry excited for Sylveon in the next set? Honestly, the next set looks good. Sylveon looks cool. Archaludon looks cool. Pikachu looks cool. Skeledirge looks cool. Gastrodon looks neat. Like, we are a little bit spoiled with all the stuff coming our way. Okay. So if I attach an energy here, my turn ends. But at the same time, I can kind of just buy some time here, yeah? Or do I just go for the knockout? Maybe I do just go for the knockout. I don't mind the idea of just knocking him out. It's just the active, right? To the defending Pokemon. Well, he's not defending. This might be a mistake, but we are going for it. Now I don't have energy in play. But at the same time, I don't want him doing that nonsense. Blueberry Gastrodon, is that the... Gastrodon, is that good, though? There isn't many stage 2s with ability except... Well, there's Charizard EX, there's Pidgeot EX, there's Baxcalibur, there's Gardevoir EX, there's Archeops, there's Dusknoir. There's some relevant ones, yeah. So no, Gastrodon's pretty good. Like the fact that you force them to either gust Gastrodon into the active to shut off your abilities, or they have to have their thing in the active that has an ability to use their abilities. So for example, like Gardevoir doesn't run a lot of switch. Lugia V-Star doesn't run a lot of switch. So if they have to switch their Archeops in the active to get energy out to their guys, it's rough. And then the fact that they have to keep using their gust. So it's like gust Gastrodon into the active, knock it out immediately, or you're going to be having a bad time. Yeah, I think Gastrodon's legit. Oh, Tobean's excited for the A-Spec from Sylveon's structure, the full bench filler. It's just like a little car, isn't it? Gastrodon is an interesting card. You actually think it could be good in Gardevoir, but it's a big problem for Lugia and Zard. Yeah. And it's the answer for Dusknoir that we need. Like, it's kind of interesting, though, that Dusknoir can get around it by just having itself in the active. Like, Dusknoir into the active, knock itself out, put out the damage counters, put a new thing into the active. Cheeky. This tech does 30 damage for each psychic energy attached to this Pokemon. Okay, that's fine. What happened to my hand? Did you Iono me? Goober. Well, I'm kind of leaning towards just chucking this on here. And then potentially this. Right? Because I don't want to commit energy here if he's going to get a knockout into me or like confuse me or something. And worst case, I just go into Armourouge, move energy up to the active. Gastro definitely seems solid, but not crazy worth it, but is decently resource intensive. Yeah, honestly, I think they did an amazing job of balancing it. I think they did a really good job of it. Meanwhile, until next set, you'll be running Vulpix V-Star to a Northhorn. Yeah, fair enough. Like, if you're finding success with it, go for it. The fact that it can be TM Evo'd in play turn 1 is pretty scary. Decks like Zard rely on stage 2s. Yeah. You get that out a little too quickly, your opponent's having a very bad time. Okay, how do I want to sequence this? I need that out. I kind of wish I had attached the energy there now. Because it's like Earthen Vessel, ditch this. I probably have a bad time. Ditch this. I definitely have a bad time, but I need to get into that. I think I've got to get rid of the Entei. And I need to keep one. Yep, this isn't great. I'm going to split this. There's not like a defined target for them to go for. But this definitely hurts that it's discarding the energy. I might be cooked here if I don't get into a draw support. Right, because they go into Pheasantipity. That just hurts. I just got rid of the Zard, man. Okay, so they go Natu, gets an energy onto Pheasantipity, attach for turn, another one onto it. They get up to 180. No, they don't get up to 180. They get up to 90. Why am I doubling that? They get up to 90. That gets me to 180 overall. That's where the math was. Good job, brain. Keep up. Drunk Zerker, play another TCGs. I play Hearthstone, just kind of like my personal time though. Like play some Battlegrounds and stuff. Used to play Standard in that. But yeah, for the most part, just Pokemon. It's doing this, editing content for like YouTube, running tournaments, streaming on Twitch, staying sane. There's only so much time in the day. What about yourself though? Blueberry just thought of something evil? Okay, what'd you think of? All right, we go Torkoal in the active. I think I scuffed, guys. I done goofed. Why is this highlighted? What does it think I can get here? Like, there's an energy in the bin. There sure is, game. There sure is. Tourney's going good, baby. Tourney's going good. I'm having a bit of a rough time just in terms of draw power with the deck, though. But no, it's good. Other than that, it's good. Blueberry Sylveon plus Gastrodon. What's Sylveon do again? Jab, add their alts line. I don't think there's space to add more cards to it, unfortunately. It'd be like I could cut Torkoal and put in another draw supporter. That's about it. There's not space for more Pokemon lines. And like, if anything, it would be add a 1/1 Bibarel. Maybe cut Torkoal, cut maybe an energy for a 1/1 Bibarel. Put 2 Pokemon back to the deck along with all cards attached. Items and energy resets the board. Okay. Be good. Yeah, I think they just snowball here. Right? Like, unless I top deck a research, it's pretty much just game. That could work too. Wish that I wanted to play the Switch right now. Now I do. Do that. He's going to hit me for 120 next turn. I need something a little bit bulkier. Could get Zard out. I get Zard out. Counts for what? 2 energy? I don't have any little attackers. Chu Yu's too big, right? Could just sack Manavy. Yeah, he's a little bit too big. I think they run away with it. What does this buy me? Switching into this gets me a turn. I'm losing something to Ultra Ball, though. If I rare Candy and switch, I'm also not really benefiting in any way. We'll switch. We'll see what we get. Like, there's no way they whiff an energy this turn, right? No. They boss up the Charmander? Oh, they boss up that. That'll do it too. Dang. Or Lugia put back the Archeops into the deck. Fair enough. You just said you're running it with Gastrodon, though, so that already kind of shuts them down, but yeah. He whiffs the knockout on the Armarouge. That's relevant. Now I find the research, but I lose the Ultra Ball to get it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I should have got the Zard out last turn. I don't have Charmeleon in here, do I? I do. Okay, so I could stretch her back to Charmeleon. Next turn, I could potentially research to try and get into another Armarouge. Both Zards are in the bin, though. It's not looking good, guys. I'll be honest. It is not looking good. We can Palpad what back in? Mela? Unless it's... Let's do this. I think we get rid of this. I don't mind the idea of hanging on to a boss. And Morty's effectively as good as research right now. Grab 2 of these. I can attach one. I can hard retreat. Right? I can move that up. I can hard retreat out. We can go into Manaphy. Or I can go into Entei. Entei effectively has 150. He's doing what right now? 120? And I can Palpad back in research Mela. Pass. I just need to make sure I'm always going for one-shots, because if I don't take a full knockout on something, and they can get damage counters to play with Monkey Dory, we are in danger. They're retreating? Okay. Okay. That's fine. So if they're trying to do the thing where it's like they hit me for 80, I end my turn, if I attach energy. We just move energy up with the Armarouge, or are they just moving the Pheasant Dippadoo to the bench so they can get 5 energy and go for the one-shot? How many energy are left in their deck? Is there a point where they just burn out of resources and deck out? Okay, they are trying to buy time with the Hypno. That's fine. That's beautiful. Okay. I can work with this. I could also go into this and snipe him off the bench. I really like that. Do we want to Morty away this energy, though? Odds of drawing into another energy, not great. Could Morty away the boss. Also not great, but there is more. And then I'm going to draw into more energy. Oh, I didn't. Okay, cool. I don't have 2 energy to get an attack off into him, though. And I didn't get into out for the Zard. Let's just check that on there. Use this. This goes back in. Potentially these. What can hit him for 2? Nothing. That's okay then. Attach that there. Basin. We just need to get some energy out of there. Pass. So if they try and attack with Hypno again, we tank it. If they don't, they're hard retreating to go into Pheasantipity for a 1-shot. Cool. So I'm able to do how much then? That'll be 120 exactly. I'm not attaching energy for turns. So we get around that turning off, or that ending my turn. I can get this just a thin. I can get this. See if we can get into another attacker. I have this as a backup attacker. I have this as a backup attacker. We're looking pretty. Another Charmander. I could have checked the other prizes. That's fine. It's been done. Nice. Okay, we're back into this. They'll come up with Pheasantipity, which means I have to try and go for the coin flips, or I have to try and get around them with Moltres. That's annoying, but all right. That's really annoying. Okay. Put that active because we can effectively just make it a free retreat pivot Pokemon while at the same time just being a great delete cannon. We'll attach this here. I don't need it and don't want to see it. And then I think we just Mela to draw. This as a backup attacking option, is it relevant? Not really. It kind of just eats up bench space. Let's just go Mela, hope to find a Zard. I could have Lana to get a Zard. But at the same time, yeah, like we don't necessarily need it just yet. Nestbell, get another Charmander out. There's no more rare candies in the list, though. Could just be going to this. Just as a cheap attacker. I like that. And then do I take that out just so they don't have the option to move counters? I think that's the play. This ditches 2, keeps 1 on it. Yeah. And this currently isn't getting a knockout into us. Alto Beans, the new celery ledge looks good though. Man, the new celery ledge looks spicy. I like it. It's just burn through your deck, do big number. Just go turbo. All right, they are retreating the Pheasantipity out of the active, going into the other one. And yeah, how are they looking energy-wise? That's 3 in play. 8? How many in discard? 4? Okay, so like they'd just be able to attach hard retreat if we did try and gust up a Zatu and just snipe around it. They're going for boss into the Armourouge with experience share. You know what? Fair enough. Yeah, if they're just trying to take down my Armourouges, they see what I'm doing with the loop and they don't like it. Respect it. Okay, we find the Zard. And yeah, I think we just boss this up to kind of force them to have to find an out. And then we snipe with Moltres. And then 1 attachment, this can attack if they don't deal with that. Penny and Morty. Okay. Yeah, so I only have to discard 1 of these energy to use the attack. And we go for the Zatu, because I don't have to flip any coins. These, they have dark energy. I'd still have to flip a coin, even though they're on the bench. Jab, you've got 3 cards left in deck versus Mill. Ooh. Risky, man. Risky. Do they have a way of getting a damage counter onto that Monkey Dory? If they do, it's game. Okay, they have an energy for the Zatu. So they can hard retreat it. They go into the Pheasantipity. They knock out Moltres. Energy goes onto the Manaphy. Okay. How do I sequence this? I feel like it's going to this. Like I can go for the coin flip and try and get into Gust. Or get that back. Oh, okay. Well, that'll just do it then. Bump that. I go Lana, I get that back. Right? Because it's Basin, attach for turn, move 1 of these up. We're good. Do that. Hard retreat, go into this snipe. Take out the Zatu. That's tight. Oh, dang. Such a good game, honestly. Honestly, like so close. Oh, all right. We are into the top 4. So it's me into Jab. Jab's got a drop. Ah, because you're in top 4, you can't. So just give you the win to who. Just give the win to who wins this. I play you. What do you mean? Oh, you're dropping. So you okay? So I just go. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Jab. Let me know. And then it'll be winner of Vice and Jam Jar. Yeah. Do you have fun, Jess? And congrats on making the top 8. That's awesome. I saw you and Vice played. How is it? Okay, but yeah, Jab, I'm reading that as you're dropping, and I get that one then. If that's not the case, let me know. I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes just to pop to the bathroom, just because we've got a bit of time while Vice and Jamjar play their game, and we'll be right back, guys. Sending a picture to a buddy of the playmats. Like the game. NBA not for Justice deck you're tripping, or was that Mawile kind of just there? Maybe you don't understand the deck well, but you don't understand what it provides other than you guess another attacker if the Fez falls through. Yeah. Like, I'm sure they've probably got some logic to it, and fair enough. I've ran Pheasantipity decks previously. Like, if you're looking for a list to pinch, look at last week's or the one before I think I ran them. And yeah, it's kind of just go all in on Pheasantipity, to be honest. I'll show you the list I ran. But like, I don't dislike the idea of the Mawile, but at the same time, like, you have two Pheasantipities. The Monkey Dory is also a fine attacker. Like, you're confusing, you're doing a bit of damage. You tank a hit ever, you have damage counters to manipulate around with. Like, you're kind of fine. I can kind of get what they're going for with the Mawile. Maybe like the one that locks them in the active could be interesting to play around with, just to buy yourself a little bit of time. Like, there's not a lot of switch out, so it's like lock them in the active, then switch into Pheasantipity, do the 90 extra damage from Mawile having locked them there, and then you're in an all right spot. I don't know. Well, like, they made top 8, so it works. Wasn't a huge turnout this week, but like, still the deck seemed to run fine. Like, we went down to 1 prize each, but yeah, the Mawile did kind of just feel like it was just there. I get what you're saying. What did I call it though? Bird Brain. Yeah, so this is the one I run. Manaphy, 2 Fez, 1 Fluttermane, just to kind of help out to like Okie Dogie, and also into Lost Box, like shutting down their Comfies is big. 2 Monkey Dory, 3/2 Xatu line, and then 1 Tatsugiri just to kind of help you get online, and then just lots of things to get set up consistently. Some techs like Lost Vacuum, just because we do see like Luxury Cape, so helping just get things in range. Moonlit Hill does help a lot into like Frostlass decks, and that's where the Monkey Dories come in very useful as well, because it's like Frostlass starts applying damage to you, and then you just like give the counters back to them and then heal off everything else. Definitely gonna pinch that one. Yeah, it's fun. And then like Powerlass is so big. I love it. I love it. Destra, just an easy, cheap attacker that complements the Xatu function. Fair. Try not to use them if you can help it, but they help with early game if you can't get to the Fez. Yeah, honestly, like, so fair. That is very fair. I don't know. I kind of like just keeping it like very focused on like the Fez and the Monkey, and then the Fluttermane as a secondary attacker. Did you look into this Mawile? Like, did this one ever come across your mind? That's not showing it very well, is it? Dunsta with the sub. How you going, man? How are you going? This one. So during your opponent's next turn, they can't retreat, and you do 90 more to them. So it like kind of forces them to find a switch out. Also, but yeah, honestly, like Destron, we're not knocking the list yet by any means. It is just like question. And like, it performed well. Like, you did really good. That's such a tight match. We had, like, genuinely to the wire. That does. How you doing, man? How you doing? You missed the big reveal earlier. You missed the big reveal, man. I don't know. Do we show him? Or do we just, maybe we keep it for next time? Next time we see Dudsta. But yeah, how's your Friday, man? Also, how are we going with the other finals match? Is Vice still playing? Hop into Vice's stream quickly. All right, we'll watch Vice's match. They're literally just starting up, it seems like. Bruiser, okay. Nah, like, honestly, so fair, man. That is so fair. Take a break when you need it. All right, and now sussing out Vice's stream. I've got the audio on for him, so I can kind of hear what he's saying a little bit. But we'll do some commentary. See how we go with this. All right, so he is opening up the Natu. It's got Basculin in hand. Could be good to go into just to get Gather the Crew, but obviously going first, you can't use it right away. And I don't think he runs the Basculegion as a secondary attacker, so it might be kind of unnecessary for them. They do have the Enamorous, though. It's like you could bench the Enamorous, attach an energy to it. Next turn, you at least have a rescue board to be able to pivot into it. Gets the heads. Can get the Xatu out already. Could be good to maybe hang on to that Psychic Energy for next turn then, just for some draw power. And they do potentially just go rescue board into the Basculin and set up their bench next turn. Like, just take it a little bit slow. Get like a Reller out to help out. The Alakazam can't put damage counters onto their guys when they're moving things around. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Vice goes for. Or actually, they're into Jamjar. Jamjar's on control. He's not running the Alakazam as an attacker, is he? All right. Benching the Enamorous. All right. Getting the Iono. He is finding the Bronzor, so potentially goes for Bronzong to lock out the evolution for the Ursaluna. Opponent's getting Cleffa out and the Ralt, so could be getting their Curlia draw engine out pretty quickly. Potentially get their Glade out. Blocklax coming out onto the board. Oh, right. And this is where things get a little bit frustrating. So if they can get that into the active, then yeah, there's not a lot Vice can really do to bounce out. They are opting to go for the Cleffa though, getting Grasping Draw, filling their hand up to 7. Might be one of those situations where it's like, hey, you just want to deal with that Snorlax before it becomes a big pain, right? Because they can just slap that in the active and kind of pass and try and mill you through your deck. So it'll be interesting to see what Vice does to handle this matchup. All right. Irida thinning out the Basculin and getting a Buddy Fauven. Again, there's Starly out. Could be going for the Staraptor to try and like one-shot that Snorlax if they get the chance. Getting rid of their Bronzor. All right. It's finding some energies off that. So we will be able to get the Xatu off next turn before going for the Iono, and ideally be able to get an attack off with Enamorous. See how this plays out. Jamjar getting a reversal energy out onto the Ralts. No prizes given up yet, so it's not really doing anything for them, just paying for one colorless energy at this point. Cypher Maniacs, though, so they can just kind of stack their deck. If he goes for the Iono play next turn, it just gives them those 2 cards. Or potentially they go Curly into them right now. I guess the one benefit going here, though, is there's no Teddiursa out yet. So if anyone's seen Jamjar's list previously, he gets Ursaluna out, and it just loops. Like, it literally has an attack that's just put 2 cards back into my hand. So a pretty tough spot to be in. Oh, also Lanoon popping up in the chat. Nice. Just going for the Cleffa to draw 1 card. Interesting. Benching another Starly, just trying to have things on their bench that can all be attacking. Jab, is this finals? No, it's not finals. So Vice is playing Jamjar currently in the other semi-final match. And yeah, Jamjar is on his Ursaluna control type deck. So we're probably going to be here a bit. And I'm hoping Vice can take him down. It's not a fun deck to play into. Yeah. So I'm just watching Vice's stream right now and doing some commentary over it. They are in a position where it's like they could go rescue board, pivot into something, and start attacking the Cleffa, but at the same time, as soon as they take a knockout, it's just Snorlax goes in the active and locks them, or potentially the reversal energy is online, and they could maybe attack back. I don't think they're going to attack, though, but it's like they could attack with Gallade and kind of move that around. Yeah. Jab, I thought you had to head off, bud. Or you just kind of doing a couple things around the house, don't really have time to be playing the game. All right, another Cypher Maniac. We are seeing the Teta Ursa benched now, so they are trying to get that Ursaluna evolved up. Jab, if Jam wins, you got first, second, third in 3 weeks in a row. 1, 2, 3. Nice. All right. The Enamorous is charged up and ready to attack now. They do have an Artisan out that they could get out just to fill their bench so the opponent can't use something like Erica or the Whistle. I always forget what the Whistle is called, but it looks at the top like 5 cards of their deck, find a basic Pokemon, pop it onto the bench. All right, and they're finding the rest of the energy from their deck is a little bit tight. That's all they've got. So they're not going to be able to have everything charged up and able to attack. Okay, so they're taking a KO. But yeah, now we do have the risk that the opponent's got Snorlax in the active, counter catchers online, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky for the opponent to play into. Okay, so they've got Rare Candy, Gallade getting online. They do have an out for any supporter card they want each turn now. All right, and they're finding Eerie off that, so they're going to be getting rid of the counter catcher and the Night Stretcher from their hand. Counter catcher coming out, getting the Zatu into the active, and yeah, now he's kind of just locked. It's where it gets a little bit awkward. Right. So now it's pretty much just the wait until he finds Gust. Find boss, get Snorlax out of the active so that you can retreat. And they do have the Ursa Luna online now as well. So Pete Hunt, you can put 2 cards back from the discard pile into your hand, so you can just be looping the counter catcher. And this is, yeah, kind of where it becomes a pseudo checkmate position. So this song though, Bop. I don't know, guys. Thoughts on Snorlax in the format? Kind of mixed on it. I'll be honest. It is one of those things that like the topic had come up of, do we ban Snorlax? Because like some control is fine. Like the Ursaluna bit, he's got to get quite a bit online to get that loop in place. But Snorlax, just being able to lock that there and just gust. I don't know, mixed. It is a mixed thing. Maybe we do put it to a vote. They're getting Erica out. So if he finds a basic, he can bring it into the active, and then it's now just locked in there with Snorlax. Luckily, Vice doesn't have any basics in his hand, though, so he's good. NBA Nut, it's tough because control isn't inherently bad, but it's objectively unfun to play against. Probably would get banned if it went to a vote, though. Probably. I know, and like there's some control where it is fine, right? Because like we've seen Totodile control as an example, where it's doing a bit of damage into you, and the effect is saying you can't retreat. But at least they're a bit more aggressive. Like there's potential to take prizes. They have ways that they're trying to mill you out. But when we run into lists like this where it's, yeah, it gets to a point where it's just loop. Like just counter catcher something, pass. Counter catcher something, pass. Get them back, counter catcher something, pass. Like you're almost not wanting to take any prizes against them. It's weird. Right, but he is getting a attack off with the Zatu, so a little bit of damage into the Snorlax. One more attack with Zatu, and they're good. But Gallade grabbing them with boss's orders, they just bring up the other Zatu. I'm not sure how many switch Vice runs. Like he might be able to get it out of the active still, but at the same time, next turn they likely just go Gallade for Penny, pick up that Snorlax, and it's like nothing happened. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of this kind of control. I like it when it's a bit more aggressive. Like control but taking prizes, or control but actually milling your opponent, not just turn after turn after turn. All right, getting another Curlia out. So they've got Gallade for any supporter every turn, and now Curlia just for some extra draw power. Ditching the Iono. Yeah, like Fair. They're literally at the point where it's like, oh, if I don't know, it's just helping the opponent. Jess, since you're not playing right now, can you answer a question? Yeah, what's your question? You can just ask in here. Going for another Gallade play. Opting not to grab anything. Interesting. NBA, not you agree? Would probably vote to ban it, especially because this seems like it's supposed to be a fun format above all else. So removing something that would help. Yeah, like, and I get it. There's people that enjoy control. There's nothing wrong with playing control, and it is a genuine strategy. And there's ways to play around it, right? Like there's the Gengar that lets you just move a new Pokemon to the active each turn. It's like there's a way around it by technically playing that, but then it's all almost like, okay, everyone needs to be running that just in case they run into control, and then people stop running control because everyone has that. And like it's this weird like wave. But yeah, we're trying to avoid banning cards when it's possible. And like Snorlax will be rotating soon. There's not a lot of people that run this because like it's a format that above all else is meant to be fun. And I feel like most people realize, hey, playing Snorlax isn't very fun. Just winning doesn't really mean anything. Like it's more so, did she enjoy the tournament? And just like, oh no, I played Snorlax. So I just kind of sat and passed a bunch. It's like, yeah, maybe don't do that. And also because ties only count for 1 point, right? If your deck doesn't actually have a way to win in time, you're not going to make it into top 8. So it's not really a deck that we often see getting through to the finals. So I think partly what happened here is someone saw that the lock got put in place and they scooped. And it's like, well, it's unfortunate. But yeah, it kind of gives the win. It gives the opportunity for them to get into the finals. Because like last week I ran into someone playing a similar thing where it was just, yeah, Snorlax. And it's like, okay, like I'm going to do all the actions on my turn still. It's not slow playing because you have a set amount of times for the action. It's like, as long as you're not spending more than like 10 seconds doing something. Yeah, fair enough. They were effectively slow playing. It's like, I'll just play at my regular place and just not deck out. I had Squovit, so I just kept looping my deck back into itself. And just like, you're not going to beat me. Like, you don't have a way to actually win. But yeah, in the top 8, there isn't really that time constraint. So if they make it this far, then it does become difficult to get through it. Does he not have a way out of this? No switch? Switch? No. There's no energy in the discard pile either, so it's not like he can loop it back. I think that's it. I think that's it. No. That means I have to play this nonsense. Okay. Well, at least my deck's a bit better prepared for this. So we do have armors that can move energy around. So if he brings anything into the active, I can just move energy onto it and it can attack. Everything in my deck is able to attack except for Manaphy. But we have 1 copy of Penny, so if Manaphy ever gets put onto the board, I can just scoop it up with Penny and Ultra Ball that shit away. So I've at least come prepared for this after last week having an encounter with a similar style of this. Like, you kind of need an out for it. Jab, let's say we were to ban it. What would you be banning and what would be the exact reason? I think it would just be Snorlax. Right? Because if you just have Snorlax, it kind of creates that option of just chuck this in the active. You don't have to do anything. Everything else that's locking stuff in the active, at least having to declare an attack to do it. So there's a bit of aggression to it. Like they're needing to do damage into you. They're not getting to a point where they can just have an infinite loop of, oh, you're always going to be ahead on prizes because I'm not doing damage into you. Like it gets to a point where if you play your cards right, your opponent gives up prizes, their counter catcher is no longer online, like stuff like that. But I don't know. I'm not saying right now we are outright banning Snorlax. I'm just saying it is one of those things of, it's a frustrating one to play into. There is ways around it though. So hopefully the plan I have for it is enough to deal with it. That's also true in Mill. Yeah. Mill I can get behind though, because Mill can actually win in time. Right? Like that, you're not necessarily winning in time. And that's what kind of frustrates me. So we'll see. But yeah, we're going into Jamdar. We're already friends there. Go. Okay. Challenge in Jamdar. Alright. Jab doesn't have a tie to your knowledge. Yes, there's one where it went to time and then the opponent scooped at time. They said, oh, well, they have it. It's in a loop. And it's like, okay. So I'm not sure about the other matches. I'll take a look at the score. But yeah, if they actually have a way to close out matches in time, then fair enough. Use the Snorlax and Mill to go faster. Okay, that's good. What I've seen, like when we've seen Jam previously play decks like this, he has had some aggro. From what I just saw with Visa, it's just like, like it's literally just Snorlax sat in the active. It's, I don't know. It's not very interesting gameplay. Squall, we should ban every Pokemon other than Magikarp. Jess, so no fossils or fossil? No, fossils are in the format. Fossils are in the format. Vice coming in with the raid. Kamuro Ota, welcome to the Guma Gang. How you going? Vice, I'm sorry about that game, man. I'm sorry about that. I watched it. It was painful. It's just like a bunch of energy prized. Could you not find switches or what happened there? Also, what's going on with Jamjar? Why is he not accepting my request? Is he taking a break? Mirrodin, how are you going? Try that again. Yeah, like, this is a tricky one. Lost all your cards? Ah, fair. Yeah, we've got a bit of a game plan for this, because I did run into someone playing Snorlax last week, and I was like, okay, like, we need a way to beat this other than just hoping it goes to time and taking the tie, and that's what happened last week. Because obviously, if it does make it through to the finals, the time thing isn't really on your side. Like, there's not a cap on it. Our game plan with this, I've got Armor Rouge. I can just move Fire Energy up to my active. We do have one copy of Manaphy, so if it ever gets to a point where that's in play, it does get a little bit tricky since Manaphy can't attack with Fire Energy, but we have Penny and we have Palpad. So it's like Manaphy in the active ever, Penny it up, Ultra Ball it away. And then we should be okay, because I don't think there's any way for them to get basic Pokemon from our discard pile into play. I feel like there was an attack that was able to do it at one point. I don't know that it's in rotation right now. So hopefully be all right. Got to run. All good advice. Man, thanks very much for popping in for the tournament. I know the timing of it can be a little bit difficult, so I do appreciate getting to see you out for it. And yeah, I think we just get double Charcadet out. Do that. Or actually, you know what? Even better, let's get rid of one of these. Right? Because if he Eries that away, then I'm kind of annoyed. I'm just going to do that. Cool. We've got the Evo TM, so I should be able to get double Armor Rouge out next turn, ideally. I could have checked that they were in there. I should have prize checked that. Squall, you went to your local card shop and was given a free Dragapult EX and Lugia V. Nice, that's awesome. Discard the Manaphy? As soon as we get away to discard it, yeah. Absolutely. That was Buddy Poffin. I can't discard the Manaphy. It's in the deck currently. That's awesome, Squall. Are you planning on trying to like build with either of those? Dragapult is a pretty spicy one. Pretty spicy. Also, everyone coming by from Vice's stream, welcome. Not sure if you've been around before, but TripleBtcg. So I'm the one running the budget build battle tournaments tonight. It is a purely single prized focused format. So no rule boxes, no EXs, no Vs, no Radiants, no Ace specs, and a slight tweak to how you deck build, since you can only have 2 copies of a card that have the same name in your deck. That applies to special energies, trainer cards, and Pokemon. Slight exception on basic Pokemon. If it evolves into a stage 1, you can have 1 extra copy of its basic, and if it evolves into a stage 2, you can have 2 extra copies of the basic, just to help with consistency. So you could theoretically have a 4-2-2 evolution line. Yeah, and basic energy, you can have as many of those as you want, because they technically don't have a name. So yeah, very interested to see what you guys kind of think of the format. Those of you that were around for Vices, are you going to be coming out for next week's tournament? And yeah, those of you that have been around for the ride here, keen to see what you guys are considering cooking up for next week's. So it is every Friday night in Australia, and then the first Friday of every month, we do host one that's a little bit more time zone friendly for those of you in North America. Jasbro has a scenario in his head, spits it up all out in a second. What do you mean? Me? Nah. Could go for the KO here. We just go for pressure. Your opponent's Pokemon in play and all cards attached can't be put in your opponent's hand. Okay, well then I need to bench out, because if they get Manaphy in play, that complicates things. Take 90, retreat, knock him out. Oh, actually, boss that up. Take their draw engine offline. Even better. And I might hold that. Hold that just in case they try and gust one of these up. Then it's just Evo TM. We're good. Sombra, how are you going? NVA Nut, ironically, your North American friendly one is significantly less friendly for you. Well, it's the Australian one's friendly for you. Sombra, you want to see this super neat parcel that I got today? You want to see it? Squall, you have to have your therapy appointment. Thank you. All right. Well, thanks very much for coming by, Squall. Hope you enjoyed it. Oh, Tidoke. So this can't attack, right? His memory skipped me. That's fine. We go Airzu, we get these out. We pivot, we get energy out. Get those. Beautiful. And then I think we just leave those in the deck. I don't really want them in play. Next turn, we go Arvin for Buddy Poffin. Get 2 Charmanders out. Yeah, so this just can't attack. That's fine. 90 burn or 120. Nice. Yeah, go into this. Attach, basin, move it up. Take a knockout. This comes active. That's fine. I think we get him. Too fast. Okay, so the Milotic comes active. Like, theoretically, they try and get, what, Snorlax out? Spooky, on the topic of time zones, you think this tournament might have to be the last one for a while? Not only because now you have to wake up an hour earlier, but also mainly you just want to take a break from the TCG for a while, at least playing it. I don't know if it's for personal reasons. It's for personal reasons. Fair. Man, honestly, that's all good. Take a break. Don't burn yourself out. And yeah, if it's to the point where it's like you're having to wake up early, don't stress. It's a game. At the end of the day, it's if you're having fun. If it's getting to the point where it's it starts to feel like work, I completely understand, because that's kind of what happened with me, right? When we were trying to run the North American tournaments and this, it's like I'd run this, I'd be up until about 2 a.m. trying to edit content for it, get that up, go to bed, wake up, rush to get things done in the morning to then hop on and run another tournament, and it just wasn't sustainable. So it was literally like, nah, not doing that anymore. So I completely get it. I completely get it. I like how I was in Vice's stream, so it's now phrasing me as a raider in my own stream. Like, oh, it's Triple B. He raided over from Vice. Like, I guess technically, yeah. Now we're in his to watch for his match in the semifinals. So yeah, it's funny that it kind of hung on to that. All right, they are selecting their prizes, allegedly. Are they just grumpy because I've got them beat right now, or what's going on? Check that active. We do a bit of chip damage into him. He does 90, burns him. I think we just do this one, right? The luxury gate. What can I get into to deal with this right now? But no, it's literally I just have to bench out, right? I think I just have to bench out. Check that on here. Genuinely might just be move energy up onto this. Evo TM? He takes a knockout into me though here, right? But then if he does that, then counter catcher's not online. I'm kind of fine with that. Right? Because like I want these to be relevant attackers. Oh, I guess one of them can't be. Dang. That's okay. Oh, also, I don't think we did pick a winner from the raffle yet, did we? We'll open that back up because it doesn't look like a lot of people got in. We've got Jab in, we've got Destra in. If anyone wants to join the raffle, exclamation raffle to enter. Spooky, you think you're gonna take your leave now? Yeah, it's all good, man. Got a busy day ahead of you. All good, man. Have a great day and a wonderful weekend. All right, so they're getting a Manaphy out. They're getting a Cleffa out. Manaphy just giving them a way to protect against our Moltres that can go for the bench snipes. Totally fair. And Mist Energy going on the Teddy Ursa. Not really being super relevant, more so just a way to pay for the attack cost on the Ursa Luna. And yeah, do you take a knockout? If you take a knockout, then counter catcher's not online. I almost should have checked the luxury cape on Moltres. Just like, yeah, now you're head on prize. All right, they've got the counter catcher. Are they going for... Okay, they're going for the Charmeleon. Knocking out the Charmeleon. Honestly, fair. Reversal Energy is not online anymore, so I can just be doing chip damage into the Milotic. I get this out of play. Penny's offline for them. Or Penny's online for me. That nonsense is offline for them. Or do we go into the Charmander just to get more energy out? How many do I have in the discard? 2? Nah, I should be fine. It's just kind of basing it. So it could be pal padding back in the boss, theoretically. I think we wait until we use the second one. 9 egg, how do you enter the raffle? It's only on Twitch, bud. Only on Twitch. Okay, so they do have rare candy. They get the Ursa Luna out. Oh, we got a turn up for what popping up in the chat? Get it on that. I love that it's still like Raider from Vice. That's funny. Okay, they've got the boss bossing up the Armor Rouge. That's fair. Getting Pete Hunt out. We should be able to two-shot this. All right, I'm basing out to this, move the 3 energy up, and then just start hitting him. And then these two should just be able to loop into each other. And you know what? I might just go for the pal pad now in case they are holding Eerie. Right? Like pal pad that back in. Just to play it safe. Same logic could go for the Ultra Ball. Just Vessel it away. Luxury Cape's not really doing anything for me. I'll get rid of that. Gets the burn on him. Oh, it doesn't because the mist energy. Shenanigans. All right, what did Ursaluna grab last turn? Counter catcher? Legend, you're in the finals. The judge is in the finals of his own tournament? Nah, it's just skills. Hey man, I'm able to do commentary, judge, and play. That's skills. That's skills. Honestly, with the new DLS time, daylight savings time, you might be able to play more rounds in the future. Nice. Jeff does this all the time. Nah, skills. Skills. If we got enough turnout that I could just do commentary, I'd do that. Right, we got the penny. Nice. Yeah, we just attack. Counter catcher is online for them again. I need to deal with that so I can use penny if they do manage to get Manaphy out. Because yeah, it's what? If they get Manaphy out, check Snorlax in the active, we have a bad time. Pizza and burgers! How you going? Wait, how you having pizza and burgers? That's carbo loading to the max, man. Respect it. Right, they're getting rare candy, they're getting Assault Vest, so Assault Vest makes it so they take less damage if they're behind on prizes, which they currently are, so I think it's 30 less damage. Fair enough. Another Ursaluna. Fair. So that is the second rare candy coming out now, so I'm guessing if they go into Ursaluna, it's Pete Hunt for those. Fries and burgers are yummier? What about fries on pizza, though? Pizza buns with burger patties? Could be good. Could be good. You ever have a cheeseburger pizza? Cheeseburger pizza is pretty legit. Just saying. All right, that's got to be the rare candy back, right? Yeah. Nope. Like, so tempting, but nope. All right, and they get rid of the burn. Jab for the fighting deck, you could do Garganical Heal Stall. Nah, I wouldn't go stall. Absolutely not. Garganical Heal, though, is fine. Because that'd be like Garganical and the Slowbro that moves damage onto itself. So it's like Garganical, tank a hit, move some of the damage off onto that, heal it between turns. Downside of that, obviously, being it is a weak to Torterra, which we know is a deck that sees quite a bit of play in the format. So it's like a bit hesitant about having an auto loss. So you'd have to have the Okie Dokie to help out in that matchup. Unless there's any other pseudo-relevant attackers. But I think it would be Okie Dokie. Because then it's like Luminous Energy attached, or like Luminous Energy, Fighting Energy, Okie Dokie's online, or Luminous Energy can be used in the Garganical and other matchups. They getting a cape out? Dang. No, don't do the cape. No, no, no. You don't need cape. They've got Charon and cape. And I don't think I put Iono in this list. Because it's one of those things of like, I don't have a Pokemon to help me draw out of a small hand late game. And early game Iono is just not great. I guess I could have gone for Entei there, hey? I should have gone for Entei. That would have been my chance. Because I could have gone Nest Ball for Entei, unless it's in the discard already? Second one should be in there. It'd been Nest Ball for Entei, switch into it, move all 5 energy onto it. We would have done big number. 160? That would have got him. Would have got him, we would have got 2 prizes. Misplay, it's okay. We're all human. All right. They got the Charon. Fair. Machamp Pelisan. No. It's not Machamp. It is just not Machamp. Like, you're talking about the 151 Machamp? No. Like, maybe Lucario? Because there's Lucario with, like, Roaring Resolve. That could be kind of legit. Are they going to go for an attack with this Glade? Kind of legit. The one that gets stupid large HP. Just an idea. Yeah, fair enough. What do I have in here? feel like that's just GG now. Right? Like, he can't block Manaphy in play now. NBA Nut gives you a warm sense of satisfaction that you hit the 10% to prize lags. Did he prize the lags? Is that what you're saying? What do you mean that I paired lags? They've got heavy ball. They've got heavy ball, and they've got a lot of ways to just dig through their deck. So, like, them prizing lax, they've got ways around it. I think that we put enough early game pressure on them that they've kind of had to change up the game plan. And the fact that I do have ways to just attack with everything in play makes it very difficult for them. Crashing Hammer. Okay. Nice. Okay, how many energy on Entei do I need? 6. There's 4. Attach for turn, base and switch. We get there. Oh, but then this is online. 7, 8. I need 8 energy on it. I think that's every single one in the deck. Could go for the Torkoal, just full send. Eerie complicates things. All right, switch plays out. They got the Snorlax. Okay. Like, I'm genuinely thinking, do we just go into Torkoal? I'd still have enough energy to charge up any other attacker. I try and attack this. Theoretically, they get into reversal energy. They take a KO into me, and then one of these is gone. They could take that out, and the loop goes away. Show me 3 heads. Perfect. Good morning, Pharaoh. How are you doing, man? How are you doing? It's just buried? Yeah. Now they've got it. All right, Sleepy Boy's out. Counter catcher at my Charmander. Yep, fair. So now I just wait to get into a rare candy. And until then, I just light the tail on fire. Or switch? No, we're through all the switch. I can't penny because they have my Melodic in play. They're bumping the stadium. Fair. Oh, Lost City's annoying, but like valid. Well, I could research this way. How are we looking for Charizards? The other one's not in here, is it? No. I need Zard Rare Candy. We found it. Beautiful. And then that does it. Okay. I like this deck. It could use more in terms of draw support. But yeah, I feel like we had pretty good matchup coverage. Legend, your matchup is good. Everything can attack. Yeah. I learned my lesson about block lags last week. I'm like, no, you need an answer for that. You either need to have the Gengar or everything needs to be able to attack. But nah, good game. Very good game. All right, we got that one. Nice. Just redeeming deck request. I think that's going to be it for tonight. What's this for, though? This is for standard? Could play to Dunsparce for draw support. Yeah, it's just finding deck space for it, honestly, Legend. Jess, your whole life is on a deck that isn't even out. Is it Sylveon? Don't forget you. Nah, I just posted in the Discord closer to launch. Definitely tough matchup, though. You needed to be able to loss on your Entei and Torkoal. Fair. That's fair. Oh, Bruiser, was that you? Are you Jamjar? Legend, what are you talking about? That was a W. W. Yeah, you are? Oh, fair. Yeah. No, I learned my lesson last week. Well, and like, I've seen you running around with Ursaluna, so it's just one of those things of like, you need to consider the whole spread of the matchups, right? So it's like one of those things of, if I hit control, what's the answer? And it's like, oh, well, if everything's able to attack and I just have ways to move energy around, we're good. There was also one point where you had the Ursaluna in the active with the cape. I had Nest Ball, and it's like, well, I could Nest Ball for Entei, switch into it, take a KO, but like didn't piece that together until I think I just poked you with like a Armors or something, and it's like, oh, I could have done that and it would have taken a KO. And I know that he has Charon, and then it goes to you and you're like, Charon's that up? I'm like, yep, valid. But such a good matchup. Man, I love the Armors. Armors is neat because it's like you get double experience share out, and it's like, okay, one on each of the Armors, or like experience shares on other things. So it's like, well, you can KO the Armors, but then the energy goes to something that can be an attacker. And it's just like, you have lots of loops to play with. There's also the Moltres that like discard 2 fire energy, 120 to something on their bench. So it's like a way to deal with Bibberls and things like that. And then when you have Charizard in play, doubling the fire energy, it's like, cool, just ditch 1 fire energy, Moltres snipe. Nice. And then, yeah, the early game pressure of the Moltres with the Magma Vase. And like when I got that play into your earlier, I was like, all right, I think we're in a pretty good position. Like I've taken out your draw engine, their early game draw engine, and then like saw the Milotic and was like, that complicates things. Like if he ever gets my Manaphy in play, I can't penny it up. So it's just like banking on you not having it out to get the Manaphy out before I got ways to completely fill my bench. No, that's good. You're debating trying to KO the 2 Armors and make it difficult for you to get energy where you want to. Yeah, fair, honestly. But that's why I was like, I needed to get both of them out. If I couldn't get both Armors out, I feel like it kind of tilts your way. But like Lost City, do you run 1 copy or 2 copy? You had Gallade in hand the whole time too? Well, then that just makes it that much better. It's like, I'm going to aggressively target just the 1 copy? Okay, fair. That's fair then. So yeah, it's like you'd get 1 KO guaranteed with Lost City, and then I have basically a turn to find a counter stadium, or else it can get messy. So yeah, fair. Very fair. No, cool matchup, man. Honestly, always a pleasure to pair, yeah. I thought you were going to be running Archeops Bouffalant tonight. And then you were like, oh, I can't make it. And then you did, and you played this nonsense again. Too funny. All right, let's take a look at how the standings are. Actually, first let's get the prizes out for the winners and take a look at the top 8. Which, like, I don't know if we do top 8 for this week because there's what, like, there wasn't that many people that came. Like, basically everybody made top 8 this week, which makes it weird. Let's see. Because, yeah, where are we? Overall standings, we had 11 people come out. So, like, going through top 8 when there's 11 people is like, Congrats on top 8 by default, right? Top 8 out of 10, top 8 out of 11. But yeah, not great turnout. Not a great turnout this week. Can do top 4. We could do top 4, I guess. How was everyone for points though? I got 18, Jamjar got 16, Vice on 9, Jab on 9. The points for this though, yeah, it doesn't really work. So we'll go first 4 rounds. I think that's a better way to view it. Because if you go combined, we got extra rounds. Like Jamdar and I effectively got 3 extra rounds on the tournament. If you go top 8 points, that's a cleaner view, I guess. It's like I went 3-0 in top 8, Jamdar went 2-1, Vice went 1-1, Jab went 1-1, X Factor 0-1, 0-1, 0-1, 0-1. And then you break it down to the first 4 rounds is kind of like a cleaner break of it. So Jamjar on 301, X Factor on 3-1, me on 3-1, Vice 2-2, Jess on 2-2, Destra 2-2, Jab 2-2, Milky 2-2. And like honestly, those are still good records. Like it's not like, oh, you got top 8 by default. Like typically it's 2-1-1 is the cutoff for our top 8s. So like honestly fair. Like anyone that made top 8 this week, don't let this small turnout kind of wear down on that. Everyone did really well. And we had some interesting lists. So yeah, let's view these. Do we do the top 8 breakdown this week? What are your guys' thoughts? I'm happy. Like Charizard winning a tournament is funny. And like, yeah, that Charizard. What are your guys' thoughts? I think we still do it. You know what? Let's do it. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. And then where have we got standings? I've got too many things open right now. Bear with me, guys, and apologies for jumping around a bit here. Okay, so first place, Legend Zard again. I know Charizard EX is just such a meta dominating thing. But in this format, I think it's the first time we've seen Charizard win. Second place, we have Jamjar. Jamjar, do you have a name for your deck? Or Bruiser, I guess I should call you? It's Bearlock, right? Bearlock, yeah. Vice getting 3rd. Nice. Jab getting 4th place. Like I guess like it's one of those weird things of yeah, calling 3rd and 4th gets a bit funky. It's like points you guys did end on the same. And then everyone else splits 5th technically, but we'll just do it in descending order. So this is X Factor. We're calling that Wug Life. What did they call this? I go into admin. I think it tells me that, right? In game, it's deck 18. If you're to name it, I go with inconsistent bulk. Okay. X Factor called it just 3B. Jamdar called it Bearlock. Vice called it Love Resonance. Ooh. Destra didn't call it. Jab called his Turbo Turtle. Okay. Just doesn't wanna copy it. Turbo Turtles. What do we have in 7th? 7th was Destra. And then 8th, we've got Milky. Wait, did we actually have Milky in 8th? Who's top 8? Oh, I did. Nice. Wait, was Milky on the Turtles? Oh. Really? Oh, he called his Turtles. Milky knows the way to my heart. Milky Turtles. Nice. I like that. Oh, too good. Too good. All right. We will quickly load through all of these. So I'm just going to pop it on here just so you guys don't see it like flickering through everything, just so all the cards are loaded in properly. And yeah, we'll do a top 8 breakdown. Probably edit it up tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'll post it tonight. Yeah, some pretty spicy lists, honestly. I guess, oh, you know what? I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Just ignore the flickering cards. This is just so as we are jumping through cards, everything's loaded. So when we're doing this, it pops up cleanly. So as I'm chatting about it, you guys aren't getting these weird loading screens. So I wish there was a way we could have it all downloaded, but with it being a browser client, it's a little bit funky. Also, I feel like I probably have to do a run through of Vice's list before jumping into the top 8 breakdown. Okay, and hang on. Okay, so Jamjars has the Chandelier Mill. That's right. Okay, this I do like. I like this because he has a way to actually win games in time. The one we ran into last week with just Snorlax is literally just lock it in the active. Don't let your opponent play the game. Ferret, you don't like the sound of milky turtles. Well, I'm sorry, man, but it's milky turtles. You never milked a turtle? That's on you, man. That's on you. And I love that Zard one. Oh, that's too good. That is too good. We put all the main attackers up here and then have the arm. I feel like the armor is just kind of the hero of the deck, to be honest. Oh, maybe it is Zard. We'll let Zard be the hero of the deck. Hero of this, it's got to be the Ursa Luna, right? Okay, so Ursa Luna, Pete Hunt, Loop Stuff, Glade, Gate Supporters, Curly a Draw Engine, Milotic, Shutdown, Penny, Chandelier, Mill Through, Snorlax, do Snorlax stuff, Mawile, basically a secondary Snorlax option, Abra to bounce out, Cleffa for early game draw power and free retreat, Charon, Loop, Turo, Scoop, and yeah, then just typical control nonsense. Vices. Okay, so they've got Bronzong for Evolution Jammer. During your opponent's next turn, they can't play any cards from their hand to evolve their Pokemon, so you can play Evolution TM to get around it. Xatu to charge up attackers, and Namorous as just a great attacking option. If any of the Pokemon in play have the same type as you, 120 extra, so 200. And then Staraptor. Honestly, this thing was sick. I liked that. I really liked that. Bruiser. Abra lets the deck go infinite for what it's worth. Jet into it, then shuffle all back in. Really? Once during your turn, if this Pokemon's in the active spot, you can shuffle it and all attach cards back into your deck. Okay, so if it's the last card in your deck, it's literally just put it back in, drop, return, put it back in. Okay, cool. Makes sense. I hate it, but it makes sense. Jab just running turtles. He did put in the Galvantula this week, so I respect that. Kind of gave that feedback last week, and I'm glad that he took it on board. Because yeah, that was scary when that came out. I think the only other thing I'd say is like cut one of these to put a Lana in. Or a Night Stretcher. Because like he doesn't have any supporters that discard cards. It's like you're never at risk of like, oh, I have a Night Stretcher, oh, I binned it with research. It's just like, it's always there. Mill though, jeez. Okay, so they had Wug Trio, they have Comfy. I hate it, but I understand it. Like, yeah, fair. That's fair. This, I can't say I understand it, but flip a coin. If head, search your deck for a Haxorus, put it onto this Pokemon and evolve it. I forgot that existed. That's cool. Fair enough. $80 damage. If they attach an energy in the active, it ends their turn. Scaling attacker. Confusing attacker. Yeah. Honestly, I like this. It's cool. And then more turtles. Milky turtles. Oh, too funny. Too funny. All right. Like, valid question. Valid question. Okay, guys, we will be recording this for YouTube, so be nice in chat. Be nice. And just going to move the screens around a little bit. Make sure they're in the right spots. Yeah. For those of you that haven't been around for a while, I do a YouTube recording while you're about to hear the YouTube voice if you haven't before. And if you've only ever seen me on Twitch, well, yeah, I do YouTube, I do shorts, I do TikToks and all that jazz. If you want to check me out over there, always appreciate it. I think we're getting close to 3,000 subscribers over there. Yeah, pretty neat. Always appreciated. Gonna have some water before I get into it though, because yeah, it's a lot of talking. Yes. Like, be mindful of it, please. As long as you're saying things that are acceptable to say in public, you're good. If I do say anything, like if you guys are swearing and stuff, please don't do that. You will get banned. I'm just going to be straight up. I'll ban you without hesitation. Bluefish is here. My OG mod. So yeah, if you see anyone that you're like, Triple probably would question this a bit, don't hesitate to, swing that sword. Because I'll be honest, it is a big old pain in the ass to go through and edit out over it. Like I basically just have to put just a chunk of thing over top of it. So you guys have been good for through the stream. I feel like everyone kind of understands the vibe, and it's appreciated if you continue that level of respect while I am doing these recordings. Bluefish Station's ready. All right. Yeah, we'll get into it. One more thing of water. Also, like, I vibe with this song, but I don't really feel like it's a great one for it. This I can get a bit more behind. What song is this? Maybe not that one. That I can get behind. Yeah, that's a vibe. Okay. 3, 2. Jess, next time, do you run fake Sylveon or fake Lugia? For in this format? Like, honestly, Archeops decks do fine in this format. I'd run it back with an Archeops deck, if that's what you're asking. Fake Sylveon, I'm not sure what that even entails. Hey guys, Triple B here. We just concluded the second week of the Budget Build Battle Tournament. Well, for the first official season of the format, at least. If you're not familiar with this type of format, it's an alternate way to play the Pokemon TCG. There's no rule box cards allowed though, so EXs, Vs, Radiants, and A-Specs, leave those at home. We're focusing just on the single prize Pokemon. As another little bit of interesting tidbit for deck building though, we do limit the amount of cards you can run to just 2 copies of a card that has the same name. Slight exceptions are made though for basic Pokemon, so if it evolves into a stage 1, you can have 1 extra copy of the basic in your deck, and if it evolves into a stage 2 that's in your list, you can have 2 extra copies of the basic just to help for consistency. And basic energy, technically we view them as not having a name, so you can run as many of those as you want, but everything else, special energies, trainer cards, and Pokemon, just 2 copies of those with the same name. But with that all aside, we're going to jump into the top 8 decks from this week's tournament. So, in 8th place, we did see Milky, who ran Torterra. So we're calling it Milky Turtles. Don't ask how you do that. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen, Meet the Parents. Same logic applies. I'll just leave it at that. Torterra, though, has the attack Evo Press. It's going to do 50 damage for each of your evolution Pokemon in play. It evolves from Grotle that has the ability Sun-Drenched Shell, allowing you to search your deck once per turn for a grass Pokemon. Can be a basic or an evolution, so a great way to just get a bunch of evolutions online for Torterra to start scaling up damage. Ideally, you're going evolve one Turtwig up to a Grotle, Grotle out another Grotle for Turtwig to evolve up into, and then those kind of just loop and flood the rest of your board with grass Pokemon. You can even be going one Turtwig, Rare Candy up to a Torterra, and keep Grottles on your bench to just be able to just keep thinning your deck out of grass Pokemon turn after turn. For some solid grass Pokemon in the list, you do have a line of Beautifly who can draw until you have 6 cards in your hand once per turn. 2 of these in the list, so you can effectively have them just being your draw supporters for turn and freeing up your supporters for a bit more utility. So things like Boss's Orders to get some solid gust plays in, or even Chorus's Tenacity, helping you get an energy from the list and into a Stadium card. Stadium of choice in this one being Town Store, which can be used to grab things like Evolution TM or Luxury Cape. Chuck one of these capes on your Torterra, you get up to 290 HP on there. Pretty beefy boy. Will give up 2 prizes if he gets knocked out though, so a little bit of liability. Be great if you can get some more health on it, and you can with another grass Pokemon, Kricketune. It's going to boost all your grass Pokemon in play by another 40 health. So effectively Torterra with a cape and a Cricket, 330 HP on it. It's basically an EX Pokemon in a single prize format, which is a little bit nutty. Another grass Pokemon showing up in here is Toedscruel. So its ability Slime Mold Colony makes it so that cards that are in your opponent's discard pile can't be put back into their hand off effects from, well, trainers or abilities. So yeah, things like Lana's Aid, which is really good in this format, Night Stretcher, which is really helpful in this format, Energy Retrieval. Your opponent wants to be able to loop things, and this guy just kind of pops out behind the tree and goes, yeah, no, you can't do that. And you know what? Fair enough. The rest of the deck, though, it's pretty standard stuff for the format. We did already talk about Boss. We've got Iono as draw support, Arven just as a way to target items from your deck, as well as getting those tools, which we did already cover, and then just your standard Pokemon search. So things like Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, Buddy Buddy Poffin, and recovery cards like Night Stretcher. Being a grass deck, you do have Bug Catching set, letting you look at the top 7 cards of your deck and grabbing 2 in any combination of basic grass energy or grass Pokemon that you find there. It's a really great consistency piece to have. If you are kind of new to the game or just curious about a bit more of the logic behind these cards, always happy to answer comments down in the comment section below. But we're going to be hopping into the next decks, and any of these that come up, we're kind of going to skim over and just focus on the Pokemon cards in the list. The 7th place list, we have Destra. Welcome to the Goomba game, GOG5562. I'm recording this live over on Twitch, so if you're watching it on YouTube and you're like, why is there a Goomba? Well, we just had a new member of the Goomba gang join up, so if you want to catch me live, you can become a member too. But for this 7th place list piloted by Destra, it is kind of like a psychic box deck. So you have a Xatu that has the ability Clairvoyant Sense. You can attach a basic psychic energy from your hand to one of your benched Pokemon, and then you draw 2 cards. So a great way to get card advantage as well as energy acceleration. You can be charging up some great attackers like Pheasantipity, who's going to scale up damage based on each energy it has attached to it. So you go attach for turn, Xatu to it, can start doing some pretty silly numbers. Also having the ability Adrena Pheromone. So if this has a dark energy attached to it, anytime it gets attacked, you're going to flip a coin. If it's heads, you just ignore the damage they're trying to do to you. So yeah, you got psychic energy in here. You got some dark energy in here as another way to get the dark energy onto it, though. Aside from just manually attaching, you do also have Power Glass, which at the end of your turn, if the Pokemon this is attached to is in the active, which you're ideally having Pheasantipity in the active attacking, you get to attach a basic energy card from your discard pile to it. So end of your turn, maybe you don't have a dark energy on your Pheasantipity and it goes to your opponent and you're like, oh, well, if they attack me, I might take damage. Just have a dark energy in your discard pile, Power Glass on your Pheasantipity, and it's like, well, end of my turn, now there is a dark energy on here and potentially it's invincible. The dark energy also helps out for Monkey Dory, so it can use Adrena Brain, moving 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon onto your opponents. Not a bad idea, especially with things like Frostlass running around in the format. It's got an ability, take some damage, and then you just go, here, you have that damage. It's pretty nice. And the attack on there also being very relevant. 60 damage and confusing your opponent's active Pokemon, making them have to do a coin flip to see if they can even damage you. Another attacker showing up in here is Mawile, scaling up by 30 damage for each psychic energy attached to it. So just kind of like a slightly worse Pheasantipity. Doesn't really have the ability protecting it and is limited to just the psychic energy attached to it, scaling up the damage, but just another quick attacker you can get online. And another attacking option in Hypno, who is Daydream. It does 80 damage, and during your opponent's next turn, if they attach an energy card from their hand to the defending Pokemon, so you hit the thing in the active, if they don't evolve through or switch out, and then they try and attach an energy to it, their turn ends. So yeah, a little bit disruptive. I kind of like it. Rest of the cards in here, though, I feel are pretty self-explanatory. Tulip being sort of like a Lonazade specifically for Psychic Pokemon. You get 4 in any combination of Psychic Pokemon or basic Psychic Energy from your discard pile and pop them right back into your hand. And Moonlit Hill providing a very helpful answer into spread decks. So you can discard a Psychic Energy card from your hand and heal 30 damage from each of your Pokemon. So into spread decks this helps, and into decks that run Frostlass, it's a great way to just heal a bunch of damage off your board. So honestly, solid call out. In 6th place, we're seeing Jess Ghoul, who ran a deck they're calling Inconsistent Bulk. And yeah, I'll be honest, it's a bit of a pile, but you know what? They got 6th place, so you can't really knock it. They've got Raging Bolt, who can do 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy attached to it. They've got Petrant, that when it's in the active spot, you put 5 more damage counters on a poison Pokemon in the active. To poison your opponent's active, you've got Brute Bonnet, who if it has Ancient Boots Capital, can just poison both active Pokemon. And then they've got a Haxorus line in here, who can 1 fighting energy, just knock out your opponent's active Pokemon if it has a special energy attached, or a Fighting Steel to do 230 while milling the top 3 cards off your own deck. To get into the Haxorus, they've got Axew, who can use Ultra Evolution, flip a coin. If it's heads, search your deck for a Haxorus and immediately evolve into it, so you might not even need to rare candy into it. And a Galvantula for a grass and a colorless does 50 damage, but if it's got a lightning energy on it, 80 more. So ideally 130 if you're using the right energies to power this up. And Compound Eyes boosting the damage it does by 50 if you're hitting something with an ability. So it can theoretically get up to 180 damage. Not a bad shout. Bibarel for some draw power, Monkey Dory for some damage counter shenanigans, and Tatsugiri to help you kind of thin through your deck, getting into supporter cards while it's in the active. The rest of the list, yeah, it's kind of just a pile, but you know what? It apparently got some wins, so fair enough. In 5th place, we have X Factor, who ran Wug Life. So you got Wug Trio, Undersea Tunnel. You're going to flip 3 coins. For each heads, discard the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. So a solid milling option. Charging this up with reversal energy, counting as 3 energy of any type if you're behind on prizes. So paying the 3 energy cost on Wug Trio in a pinch. You can also be using things like double turbo energy and then just basic psychic energy to pay that attack cost in another way while not necessarily being behind on prizes. For a little bit faster mill though, we do have Comfy. Flower Shower makes each player draw 3 cards. So it's another way to kind of get your opponent milling their deck. They're not discarding the cards, but they're still having to draw it. So to close out the game, you see they have 3 or less cards in their hand or in their deck. It's a good way to get through it. Early in the game, you might be helping them get into setup though, and with ways to kind of shuffle your hand back into your deck, like Iono and Judge seeing quite a bit of play, they can just put those cards back in. So being able to use Wug Trio to actually discard them is obviously the more beneficial way to do it, but having a secondary thing to kind of help out with mill, yeah, I see the logic for it. Also having Ralts in here with Memory Skip, 1 psychic energy, and you can just choose one of your opponent's attacks and say, you can't use that. So if you pair somebody that only has 1 main attacker and only has 1 attack, like Torterra and Evo Press, you just go Memory Skip, you're not hitting me. And they're going to have a bad time. They're not going to have fun. Likely having to draw through their deck, trying to get into switch cards, which ideally you've milled through so that they can pivot into a different Pokemon and declare one of its attacks, or having a hard retreat and then recommit energy somehow to something else. It can really buy you some time and disrupt opponents. Bibarel for some draw support, and Skwovet to combo amazingly with it, shuffling your hand into your deck, then drawing 1 card, and the Bibarel kind of just draws you into a fresh 5, or in reverse if you use a supporter card beforehand. Manaphy for bench protection, and then, yeah, the supporter cards in here, pretty standard stuff. Xyrosix Machinations, though, I don't think we've talked about before. Your opponent discards cards from their hand until they only have 3 left. So that's kind of a nice one for Comfy. You make your opponent get a big hand. If they're not using Iono or Judge to get back to a small hand, Comfy just goes, you have big hand, now you have small hand. Now I made you milk start. So yeah, relevant. Some more disruption in here being Handheld Fan. If the Pokemon this is attached to gets attacked, you're just going to bounce an energy off it onto one of your opponent's other bench Pokemon. So you can be putting energy onto things that don't attack and just making it very difficult for your opponent to kind of have the resources in the proper locations. And then we've also got Calamitous Wasteland, making the retreat cost of each basic non-fighting Pokemon 1 colorless energy more. Switch cards being fairly limited in the format. If you can gust something up with like Boss's Orders or Counter Catcher that has a decently high retreat cost like Bibarel, and you know that your opponent's either been milled through their switch cards or just already used them, you could theoretically lock something in the active while using Wug Trio to just mill through their deck. So kind of terrifying. But honestly, love this list, and yeah, keen to see someone bringing mill into the tournament and finding like an interesting way to play around with it. I'm not the biggest fan of control type decks. If you've been around the channel before, you're probably aware of that. But when they are control decks that do actively have a way to make your opponent lose, I'm for it. When they're just ways that it's like they chuck Snorlax in the active and not letting people play the game and hoping it goes to time, I don't really see the logic, but being able to mill them out and finding alternate win conditions, I can respect that. In 4th place, we're seeing another Torterra list. Slightly different though, as they have Galvantula as a secondary attacking line. Talked about that before, but now having it in Torterra, honestly, all for it, and having Gengar in here as well. So if this is in the discard pile, you can pop it onto your bench. It does take 3 damage counters when it does it, but it's another evolution scaling up Torterra's damage in a pinch. So yeah, just a bit of a faster way to get all your evolution pieces on the bench and being able to do big numbers. So respect it. Way to accelerate some energy out in this one too. Gardenia's Vigor, you can draw 2 cards and put up to 2 grass energy from your hand onto one of your benched Pokemon. And you also have the Joltik for 1 colorless energy. You search your deck for 2 basic grass and 2 basic lightning and attach them to your Pokemon in any way that you'd like. So theoretically, turn 1, you have this, you're going second, you can be charging up 2 Turtwigs to then rare candy up into Torterras and both be attacking the next turn. So yeah, definitely a little bit threatening. Respect it. In 3rd place, we are seeing Vice, who played a deck he is titled Love Resonance. Interesting. It's got a few unique attackers in here. You've got Star Raptor, who has Tailspin Away, does 60 damage for 2 colorless energy, and during your opponent's next turn, you prevent all damage done to this by Pokemon, or done to this Pokemon by attacks from basic Pokemon. So if you know your opponent's deck is fully reliant on basic Pokemon trying to attack you, you can just say, yeah, I'm invincible. And you just keep declaring that attack until you win the game. The second attack on here, 3 colorless energy, 180 base damage. You do have to discard an energy from this Pokemon, but you just reattach it the next turn and you're fine. Like, you've got energy retrieval, you got super rods, you got ways to recur energy. Shouldn't be having too much difficulty doing that. 180, dealing with most things in the format. I think Torterra is the only one we've talked about that's outside that damage cap. So yeah, honestly, respect that. Another attacker in here being Bronzong. It has Evolution Jammer, 1 psychic energy, 30 damage during your opponent's next turn. They can't play any Pokemon from their hand to evolve their Pokemon. So they can't rare candy into a stage 2. They can't manually evolve into a stage 1. They'd have to use something like Evolution TM to get through this. And if you know that they don't have that, well, you can just sit there and keep using Evolution Jammer, and your opponent may never be able to get their game plan online. To get energy out for the Staraptor to help pay for that attack cost, and for your other attacker, Enamorus, it's got Love Resonance, so that's kind of where the title of the deck comes from. Psychic, double colorless, 80 damage, and if any of your Pokemon in play are the same type as any of your opponent's Pokemon in play, it does 120 more, so effectively 200 base damage on a basic Pokemon that we can quickly charge up with Xatu, and you just need to match the type of one of your opponent's Pokemon to do it. A little bit intimidating, so yeah, respect that. Big number on a stage 2, big number on a basic. Pretty good. To help for the matching up of the types, though, you've got Basculin as your water type, who has Gathered the Crew to help establish your bench. Tatsugiri being a dragon type, while having attract customers to help you get into supporter cards and online. Morpeko covering your dark Pokemon, while also having a free retreat if it doesn't have any energy on it, so a great pivot option for you, so that Xatu can be charging up energy to your bench Pokemon. Chuck Morpeko in the active after something's got knocked out. Xatu to Enamorus, another Xatu to Enamorus, attach return to Enamorus, pivot into it. Scary. Base Bronzor being Steel type for you, and then the Starly line being your colorless Pokemon, as well as having Rapska for your bench protection and effect protection while covering your grass type. So it's going to protect you against effects and bench damage. So if your opponent tries to use like Devolution TM, you just go like, no, that's okay. Just ignore it. So honestly, love this list. Very, very creative. And yeah, Vice, always a pleasure seeing you come up to these tournaments. In second place, we are seeing Jamjar piloting Bearlock. So it's his Ursaluna list. We've seen him pilot it a few times in these tournaments. And yeah, it's pretty scary. A couple new additions he did make to the list, though, which I'll cover first, just in case you have seen this before. Milotic. So it has Mentally Calm. Your opponent's Pokemon in play and all attached cards to them can't be put into your opponent's hand. So that means if you try and use something like Penny, which puts a basic Pokemon from play back into your hand, you can't. Or Professor Turos, you just can't. Charons, nope, can't do it. So basically what they're trying to do with this list, the Bearlock list, is use things like Snorlax, who has block and can just lock your opponent's active in, well, the active. They can't hard retreat out of it. They need to use switch cards to get out of the active. They've got Eerie. They can make you discard your switch cards so that you can't do that repeatedly. It's bad times. And then it also makes it, by having this, you can't even use things like Penny to get around Snorlax. You basically have to boss this out of the active and bring up something else to try and knock them out, but then they put Snorlax back into the active. They're trying never to take prizes so that they always have Counter Catcher online to keep gusting different things up while still having their supporter free for the turn. It's a little bit terrifying, and to make sure they always have Counter Catcher, they have Ursaluna, who has Peat Hunt. You put 2 cards from your discard pile into your hand. So they can be looping their Counter Catchers. They can be looping other things like rare candies. They can even be looping things like stadiums and supporter cards. It's a bit terrifying. They aren't fully reliant on just going like, hey, lock something in the active, they can't play the game though. They do have Chandelure, which can be milling your opponents. When you evolve up into this, you get to discard the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. So Ursaluna technically could be looping something like, yeah, the Professor Turo, who's picking up the Chandelure and let's say a rare candy. They go Peat Hunt, they go rare candy, Turo this up, bench the Litwick. Next turn, rare candy into Chandelure, Peat Hunt, get rare candy, get Turo. Keep doing that till you mill them out. It's intimidating. And it's one of those things that, like, I don't know, I don't like control when they're just trying to run you out of time, but when they do actually have like a checkmate position that they're aiming to get to, where they can just win in an alternate condition, respect it. So like this, honestly, respect it. And it's one of those things that as players, we do need to be aware that control decks exist and have answers to them. The rest of the list, they've got the Gallade engine. So Gallade, Buddy Catch, can grab you a supporter card every single turn. So it's just a great way to guarantee themselves that they get into that turret when they need it, or Charons, or Misfortune Sisters, or Boss. And then they have Curlier for some draw power to help them get into key pieces. Cleffa as a free retreating Pokemon, while also having Grasping Draw, makes a great attack early in the game just to get yourself into a 7-card hand and establish your board. Abra being a great way to infinitely loop your deck too. So you're never going to be in a position where you're going to deck yourself out of the game if you have Abra and if you have Jet Energy. Abra has the ability Teleporter. Once during your turn, if this is in the active spot, you can shuffle it and all cards attached to it back into the deck. So you just go Abra, bounce back into the deck. You get it in your next turn, like if you're down to a 1 or 2 card deck, you top deck the Abra, you put it on your bench, you go Jet Energy, you bounce Abra back into the active spot, you Teleporter it back in. So you're never running out of cards, but your opponent is slowly running themselves out. It's not a great way to win games, but it is a way to win games. They've also got Mawile that has Tempting Trap. 1 colorless energy, you can make it so your opponent's active Pokemon can't retreat. So similar to Snorlax, but on an attack. It does also make it that if you declare an attack into them, they take 90 more damage the following turn. So you can technically take knockouts with this deck. Like Ursaluna, you can do 200 damage for 3 colorless energy, so you could just be manually charging it up with Psychic, Jet Energies, Mist Energies, or if you're behind in prizes, Reversal Energy. This can come up because there's situations where your opponent might have 1 key piece that helps them out in a matchup. For example, there's Gengar. I'll pull that one up for you guys just to show you what I'm talking about. This one. Once during your turn, you may switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. So if they're trying to like lock you into having something stuck in the active with Snorlax, you're going to try and have Gengar in play. That's just making it so you can bounce things around. Well, they might see that you're doing that. They go, all right, I want to attack you with Ursaluna. They also have Lost City, so they can knock you out with Ursaluna and Lost Zone your Gengar so that you're not able to reestablish that. And that's a little bit terrifying. Gallade can also do 160, which is pretty relevant, and even the Milotic can attack for 100, which would hit weakness into Fire-type decks, which might be relevant when you see what won this week. So, some Muppet named TripleBtcg played Charizard. So there's a Charizard from Pokemon Go who has the ability Burn Brightly. Each basic fire energy attached to your Pokemon provides 2 fire energy. You can't apply more than 1 Burn Brightly ability at a time though, so it's basically just doubling the value of your fire energy. The attack on here is 2 fire, 2 colorless, but with the ability it basically just reads, your attack is 2 fire energy, you do 170, you discard all energy from this Pokemon. To help out into that control matchup, you've got Armarouge. It has Fire Off, allowing you as often as you'd like during your turn to move a fire energy from one of your bench Pokemon to your active Pokemon. And then you got a bunch of fire-type attackers in here. Well, a bunch of fire-type Pokemon that can all be attacking. The only exception is Manaphy. This is the only Pokemon that doesn't have an attack that needs fire or colorless to attack. You got Penny, so that into that control matchup, you can just Penny, pick up your Manaphy, or ideally get this in your hand and use Ultra Ball to discard it so that they don't use something like Erica's Invitation to bring it up into the active and lock it with Snorlax. So if it ever gets to a point where he's trying to Snorlax lock you, you just move around energy with Armarouge and keep attacking them. They've got that Lost City though, and could attack you with Milotic or Ursaluna or something like that. So if they Lost Zone your Armarouge, well, they'd have to do it twice, but Lost Zone 2 Armarouge be in a pretty tight spot. But it was one of those things of, you need an answer into control decks, and this is the answer that I came up with. It was, I'm going to have a deck that everything is offensive and can be attacking. And that's what I went for, and it went pretty well this week. So we've got the Charizard doubling the energy. We've got the Armarouge moving around the energy so that we always have key attackers, or energy in play for key attackers. To keep energy in play, though, when something gets knocked out, obviously the energy gets discarded. We've got experience share, so ideal game plan, you've got experience shares on your Armarouge or on your Charizard. The active gets knocked out, the energy gets moved to these guys, Armarouge moves it back up to a new attacking option. You have a Moltres that has free retreat as long as it has a fire energy attached to it. So something gets knocked out, pop Moltres into the active. You can move a fire energy up to it and pivot it into something else, then move up the energy if you do need to find something from your deck with like an Ultra Ball or a Nest Ball. So you're not in a bind ever. And it's also got a pretty solid attack, needing 3 fire energy. You do have to discard 2 of those fire energy, but you're going to do 120 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. With Charizard in play, that means you need 2 fire energy to be using this attack, and you only have to discard 1 to pay that secondary effect. Then when this gets knocked out, an energy gets moved to the bench with an experience share on like an Armourouge, and you're kind of just looping that into different attackers. We do have another Moltres in here, so the 2 copies of a card with the same name rule does apply. These are 2 Moltreses, so you can only have 1 copy of each, but this one, if it's damaged, you're going to do 70 more damage with the attack Inferno Wings, so early in the game, it can be, you know, a bit of pressure for your opponent since you have Magma Basin in the list, which is the other way to kind of keep energy in play. You can put a fire energy from your discard pile to one of your bench fire Pokemon. They're going to take 2 damage counters when you do it. So it's a great way to just activate the secondary effect of this attack, be taking out pre-evolution Pokemon from your opponent or taking out like decently, I don't know, like mid-range, let's call them stage 1s, like Curlias and things like that. This can be one-shot in them, so it's a really great option to have. Entei being another amazing attacking option in here, 130 base HP, but with the ability Pressure, you take 20 less damage from attacks, so effectively 150 HP if they're going for a one-shot, or scaling up for if they're having to hit you multiple times. The attack on here, Blaze Ball, does 60 base damage and 20 more for every fire energy attached to it. So at the minimum, you're going to be doing 120, 3 fire energy on here. It's 60 plus 60, but with Charizard in play, you can be doubling that and just hitting some ridiculous numbers if you need, just kind of to have like uncapped damage potential. Another uncapped damage potential guy we have in here, well, I guess not uncapped since we do only have 8 fire energy, but Torkoal. So Concentrated Fire does 80 damage as a multiplier. So you're going to flip a coin for every fire energy attached to this Pokemon, then for each head's 80 damage. So with Charizard, effectively you need at least 2 fire energy to attack with this, meaning you'd be flipping 4 coins. So half the time you're going to be hitting at least 160, but potentially you're going up from there. And then obviously you can be boosting the amount of energy on here to just be hitting higher numbers than that if you want. Chu-Yu being another great attacking option in here with Mega Fire of Envy. It does 50 base damage, but if any of your Pokemon were knocked out by damage from an attack, it does 90 more. So effectively 140 energy for 2 fire. So that's a Magma Basin and an attached for turn, or with a Charizard in play, 1 fire energy to do 140. Pretty solid. First attack on here, you can attach up to 2 basic fire energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon, so a great way to accelerate some energy out in the early game if you're using something like Ultra Ball to discard some fire energy or using Research to discard them as well. For the supporter line, since we don't really have draw support Pokemon to help in this list, like we don't have Bibarel, we don't have Dunsparce, I didn't want to run it with Iono, so we do have Research just for straight draw. We've got Mortis Conviction to discard a card from your hand and draw a card for each one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, so a great way to target down a fire energy and then draw potentially into 5 more cards. Gets Magma Basin online, it lets you keep things like Rare Candy while potentially digging for Charizard or an out for Charizard, so it can be really helpful, as well as Mela. You can only use this card if one of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn, but you're going to attach a basic fire energy card from your discard pile, so another way to kind of keep energy in play, and then draw until you have 6 cards in your hand. Honestly, great card, really like it. Something that I did kind of find with this list though is it would have been nice to have a bit more draw power, so like a 1/1 line of Bibarel would have been useful, would have kind of hurt us a little bit into the control matchup, but having a colorless attack cost, it would be fine, or even like 1/1 to Dunsparce line could work for this too. The rest of the cards in here though, I feel like kind of go without saying, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Love to hear what you guys thought of this, the top 8 of this format, and if you are going to participate in next week's tournament, what kind of deck would you be cooking up? There's going to be a link in the description if you do want to sign up. We host these every Friday night for Australian Central Time, and once a month we do have a tournament that's a little bit more accessible for players over in North America. It's the first Friday of each month, so if you're keen for that, make sure to keep your eye out for when announcements come out around that. Hope you enjoyed the video though, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate from asking in the comments down below. Now I kind of feel like I'm rambling though. I am recording this live. It's nearly 1 o'clock. We've wrapped up the tournament a little bit ago, just going through the top 8. So yeah, I hope it all made sense. And if there's anything that needs a bit more information, just let me know, guys. But if you did, If you did enjoy the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and until next time, stay golden, you Goombas. All right, I think I sleep now. Jab Zarb is a crazy meta call. Honestly, I think it works. I think it was a good deck. Am I going to be doing weekly videos or monthly? Last tournament you said you're going to do monthly. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of bouncing around on the idea, to be completely honest. So with the YouTube channel, that has always been what's meant to be the main focus. Like I mainly do Twitch just to record content. Like it was a way to get gameplay in the standard format. And then we started running these tournaments, which takes up a decent chunk of time, right? Like I haven't been playing a lot of standard because Friday night stream entirely gets taken up by this. And then the Saturday ones started kind of getting taken up by this. And then Wednesdays, it's honestly, I've just been getting a little bit burnt out from work and then trying to get this into the mix. So it's like Wednesdays have kind of been a touch and go thing recently. But I don't know, doing these top 8 videos, it doesn't take up too much time, but they are also they're, I don't want to say bad for the YouTube channel, but they're, compared to the other content I put out, they are very low performing, let's say. So it gets a little bit confusing for people that come by the channels for, yeah, like the card reveals. Like right now I do the card reveals as like YouTube shorts and stuff. And those videos do quite well. Like I'm getting between 5 to 10,000 views. Whereas something like this top 8 video, it gets like 100 to 300. And then if we do like a standard deck list video, it's anywhere between ideally like 1 to 3,000 in the low range if I'm kind of posting it when it's relevant. So when we're doing these other formats and then like I'm not having time to record videos for standard and I don't have time to edit the videos for standard, then those videos perform a little worse. So that's kind of where I'm trying to reevaluate what we're doing with the channel. And it might just be taking it in a different direction, right? Like maybe it's not doing full deck list breakdowns for standard anymore. Maybe it's helping people learn the concepts of the game, right? Like how do you deck build? How do you properly sequence? How do you make meta calls? Like how do you sign up for tournaments? Things like that. So I might be, yeah, refocusing the direction of the channel, but we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, it does get confusing for people though, right? Because then like if I'm posting videos about card reveals, YouTube will suggest my content to people. And if they're seeing content that's these top 8 deck list videos, and they're like, oh, I don't really care about that, and then they don't click on it, then YouTube goes, oh, they don't actually like this guy's channel, and they don't show the videos to them the next time around. They're like, oh, well, they didn't click on this last one. We're just not going to show it again. It's like, yeah, but it kind of hurts the channel in the long run. It's like a weird balancing act of figuring out how it all works. So it is like, do I do these top 8 videos, but split it off into like a secondary channel? Or do I just axe it? Or do we do it once a month? Because once a month, if it pitches this video to someone that comes by for the shorts and comes by for the other videos, like the buy list that I do for every set, or just like the card reveals and things like that. If it's once a month popping up and they're like, nah, it's not for me, it doesn't impact it as much. But when it's every single week and it's like, oh, well, this is what his normal content is, and they don't like it, it gets tricky. Destro, you think it's just getting warmed up? Maybe. And like maybe that's what it is, right? But it is also just one of those things of trying to get people to want to try out the format. It's tricky, right? Because they see it and they're like, oh, well, I just want to play standard. Like, I want to hop on ladder and play a game. It's like, yeah, fair enough. But then when people try this out, they're like, oh, this is really fun. There's a lot of creativity to it. And like people try different decks every week. Like it's a bit tricky when we're seeing people kind of not trying to determine the meta necessarily, but just like falling into these ruts. So they're like, oh, I like this deck. It does really well. I'm going to play this deck every single week. Because then other people come, they're trying to try out kind of wacky stuff and it doesn't really work for them. And they're just getting their asses handed to them by people that have refined a deck week after week after week. And it's a, I don't know, word for it? It can wear you down a bit. But then there is people that are creating a new deck every single week and doing well. Like Milky, every single week he comes to this tournament, he's got something different. And it's like, dang, dude, like I respect that. It's a great way to work on your deck building and just prove that there's a lot of cards that can be relevant. They just aren't necessarily relevant in standard. But like in the right hands, you can find ways to make things work. And it's, yeah, honestly, like a testament to his skill as a deck builder and as a player. But then, like, we do have people like Jap. This is not me saying like, oh, don't play Torterra, but it's like, yeah, like you found a very refined Torterra list, and there's nothing wrong with playing that repeatedly. And Jamdar, who's found like a very refined Ursaluna list, and like he keeps tweaking it every week. Like the Milo to play, it's like, respect that. That's really cool. So like, it's not saying that's a wrong way to do it either. Like, there's no wrong way to play the game. Everyone enjoys it differently. Everyone has different goals. It doesn't mean one way is better or worse than another. It's just one of those things of trying to get newer players into it. It's how do we pitch it to them? Is it that we pitch it as like, these are the best decks, play these decks, or we pitch it as, hey, it's a fun deck building experience. So I try and pitch it as it's a fun deck building experience, because new players, they typically come to the game as collectors a lot of the time. So they're like, I have these cards, how do I actually use them? And then it's like, well, if you want to play standard, you need to get 4 copies of basically these 10 cards. You slap them into a deck and then you swap out your attackers, and that's pretty much it. Whereas this is like, oh, well, yeah, you can kind of just go to your bulk box, grab a handful of stuff and make it work. Like we saw, there's literally a deck called Inconsistent Bulk tonight, and they did fine. As long as you have a good enough ratio of competent cards, you can do okay in this format. When we have more players, obviously it gets a little bit trickier. Like if you're playing, yeah, like into a Torterra deck, they're running Inconsistent Bulk, and they're like, oh, well, they only really have 2 or 3 attackers. You get your Torterra online, you have a way to loop your Torterras like back from the discard pile and keep taking them out. It gets a little bit trickier, and that's where, yeah, we do have the divide, and that's natural and that's good. There needs to kind of be a benchmark that's set for players to go, okay, my deck is fun, but it's not necessarily good. And then it challenges them to keep working on it and keep making it better, right? Like yourself with the Torterra list. Like last week, you had the Joltix in it, and then I kind of questioned you. I'm like, oh, well, why don't you have the Galvantula? Because if Joltix just on your bench, it's not boosting up your damage. And if you have Galvantula, like it's another attacking line. And then you clearly took that thought and like, you know, like he's got a point. I'll put 1 in there. And you did. And it came up. Like, I'm pretty sure you had it set up in our match. And it's like, yeah, that's another attacking option I need to be a bit cautionary of. And it makes it so that if you do prize your Grottle or you prize your 2 Torterras, now you at least have another thing in there that can attack and can actually do a pretty threatening number. So it's like these little nuances to it that like watching people's brains kind of tick and like work these things out. I love it. Like nothing is more rewarding to me as a creator than seeing you guys come out with like these absolutely like harebrained ideas and finding ways to make them work. Like it's honestly like, fuck yeah. I don't swear very often. So like genuinely, I mean this, like it is amazing and makes me so happy to see. So yeah, honestly respect it. Like Vice's thing that he cooked up tonight. I loved that. Like the Straptor. I don't even think I've seen that card before. And like he pulled that thing out against me and I'm like, okay, yeah, like he hit me for 60 damage, whatever. I like didn't even bother reading it. I was like, yeah, like I see there's extra text on there, but I'm used to it being like, oh, discard an energy or something. So like, okay, put a basic Pokemon up and it's like, oh, he doesn't take damage from me. It's like, ah. So it is one of those things. There's always something for everybody to learn. Like it's like I literally pride myself around like, oh yeah, like I know 90% of the cards. Like I'm aware of all the single prizers, and then like that happens, and I'm like, no, see, there's always something to learn. Jess, you got tennis practice. See, I hope you enjoyed the tournament tonight, Jess. And yeah, solid run. Honestly, the Inconsistent Bulk deck, respecting, it's so good. Jab, you think that's why Tricky Jim doesn't make GLC videos anymore? Yeah. And like, that's the thing. It's one of those things of it's a fun format, but it's in terms of how YouTube views it, it makes it difficult. So like, I think for his, he kind of does the same thing where it's like, he'll do a GLC video like every month or two and be like, oh, here's like a psychic deck, try it out. And also the difference with him is he's got 100,000 subscribers, right? So it's like, if he puts out a video, even if only 10% of the people that are actually subscribed watch it, still 10,000 views, which is, it's not nothing. In the scheme of YouTube, though, like even that isn't a lot. Like when you view it compared to the actual big creators. So yeah, we're a very small niche community, and then we're a small niche community within a niche community. Because like even Pokemon cards, majority of people that watch Pokemon card content, it's as sad as it is to accept and admit, they don't actually play the game or know how to play the game or even care about playing the game. And it's unfortunate because it's such a good game. But yeah, they're just like opening packs and like, oh, is this worth money? And it's like, just go to a slot machine, man. That's what you're doing. Just go do that. This isn't investing. Yeah, I don't know. Don't get me started on that. That's a whole other, that's an unhealthy mindset, but yeah. GLC is so popular it runs even if he's not host. Yeah, and like that's the thing. Like I'm hoping that this format catches on and it does get to a point where there is events at regionals and things like that. Being based in Australia, it is a little bit tricky though, because like our regionals don't even get streamed anymore. They stop doing that. So they're like, oh, you guys are in a weird time zone. Everyone's asleep, and it's like, yeah, okay. Is what it is, I guess. Pokemon Pocket will help. I don't know, Blue. Have you played it? I've got mixed feelings on Pocket. I think I'm not saying it's a bad game. I think it is a simplified game for a different market, and I'm not sure how it's going to go having two card games of the same franchise simultaneously. Because I think people will get into Pocket, then they'll be like, oh, cool, I know how to play Pokemon cards. And then they'll try and go to an actual league, and they'll find out it is a lot different than Pocket. Like, you're not guaranteed an energy every single turn. You have more Pokemon on your bench. Your Pokemon's abilities do a lot more. Supporter cards are a lot more relevant. I don't know. It's a very different game. So I'll be interested to see kind of how it works, or if it's going to cannibalize the player base a little bit. Like if it just takes people from the actual TCG into Pocket, or if it takes people that were never going to play the actual TCG and gets them into Pocket. And I think that's more so what's going to happen, is we get people that collect the game, see Pocket as a way to open packs. Like it gives you that dopamine hit. You're cracking packs, you're getting cool things. There's like art cards that you get to go on like a journey through the card, and then you can technically play a game with them. And I think it'll fill a different player base for that. And just people that want just like a quick game and really like Pokemon. And it's just like, oh, I can go to the bathroom and play a 2-minute game of Pocket. And it's like, yep. Bruiser, completely agree with Pocket. You think it's a decent mobile game, but you're worried about what it means regarding TCG Live and support. Yeah, like I think that's the thing that kind of bugs me the most. I wish that what they've done with Pocket, like where they've handed it off to another developer that seems to actually put effort into it and monetize it, so that they'll have a way to continue developing it and supporting it and want to put out more content for it. If they had done that initially with Live, and then if they did Pocket as like a sub thing within it, like look at Hearthstone. Hearthstone, they've got their standard format. They have an expanded format. They have Tavern Brawl, which is just like a rotating special format every week. And then they've also introduced Battlegrounds, which is like a secondary game within a game that uses similar aspects to it, but slightly tweaked rules. And then they have, I think it's called Duels, which is like another sub thing within that. I wish that with PTCG Live, they had PTCG Live, and then within it, they made Pocket a sub thing of it. So it's like, hey, here's like a slightly dumbed down version of it that's better played on mobile for like faster games. And then they could also have like, yes, alternate game modes, have GLC supported as a thing, have custom tournaments supported as a thing. So it's seeing them break it up into two very different games. I'm not sure how it'll go. It's got me a bit worried, but I don't know. I think the amount of players that realistically would be playing the actual TCG compared to they're willing to give Pocket a try, I don't think that there's going to be that much of an overlap. Like, I think it's people that probably would have never picked up the actual TCG will be a bit more willing to try Pocket. Yeah, the people who make the TCG are hands-on. Are they? I thought Pocket's made by like DNA. Like, it's a completely different company, I thought. Like, it's a third party. It's similar to how Pokemon Masters was and Pokemon Go. I don't think it's in-house at all. Like, they probably have some input, but I don't think they're as involved as you think they are. Hearthstone cares about their... Yeah, well, yes and no. Like, at the end of the day, Hearthstone, like, they're a business, right? You look at Hearthstone, they've got the Battle Pass. Like, for Battlegrounds, it was introduced as a free way to play the game. I played it entirely free. You could just do like the Battle Pass on that, and you'd get enough coins to buy the Battle Pass for it next time and keep looping it. And then eventually they caught on to that, and they're like, it's $20 each season. Like, oh, honestly, $20 every 3 months. Like, if you have a full-time job that pays a decent amount, you don't even blink at it. You're like, yeah, it's fine, whatever. Like, it's just another slight bill. It's like, yeah, it's fine. It's like Netflix. Netflix doesn't charge enough that I'm stressing about having to pay my Netflix bill every month. It's like, what, 10 or 15 bucks? I don't even know what it is anymore. It's just kind of, I know that I want this thing. Okay, that's fine. And that's kind of the point where Hearthstone's got to. Like, they found that like happy medium number that people are comfortable paying. And PTCGL could and should be doing that as well. If they charge $5 a month for the premium battle pass, they'd be fine. It would give them money to actually invest back into developing the game and make it competent. But for whatever reason, they were like, no, we can't monetize this game. But go and buy a bunch of cards, like just crack the packs. Oh, and you can get code cards from them that you can use for this game. It's like, well, can you let me buy the code cards in the game itself so I don't need the cards if I'm not interested in playing the physical cards? I just want to play it digitally? No, we don't offer that. You can buy them from a third-party thing, though. Well, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, they should make it. Yeah, and they should. 100% they should. But I think that they drew a line in the sand when they were making the game that they're like, oh, we're not going to monetize it. But then they introduced 3 different currencies in the game. And it's like, well, if you're not going to monetize it, why do you have 3 currencies? It doesn't make sense. So I don't know. That's just my random tangent on it. Oh, silly. Okay. I think I've got to try and edit up this top 8 thing. I'll try and get it out tonight. Tomorrow I'm going to try and work on some shorts and some alternate content for the channel. So I'll try and get this out tonight. NBA, you're not wrong about the codes, but the third party definitely works out better for us consumers. There's no way 50 packs would be 8 to $16 if they monetize it. I don't know. I feel like it still would be. I think they would read the market. They'd be like, hey, people are happy paying 50 cents a code card. We can do that. Or because they're the ones actually making that, they could even undercut it and go 25 cents. But yeah. Anywho, I've been going for a while. Oh my God, 5.5 hours. And yeah, I've probably still got another hour to get this all done. It's bedtime. All right. Does anyone have anyone streaming they are familiar with and would recommend raiding out to? Bluefish, you streaming tonight? Or are you just kind of hanging out? Also, by the way, Bluefish, honestly, made my night that you came by, bud. It has been a bit. Missed you. I've missed you. Raid? Yeah, man, raid. You know, the pitchforks and torches and Viking hats if you got them. I don't know. What do we got on? Who's on live? I'm on live. There's a guy playing Super Mario 64, but he's in PTCGL. That's different. Or do we just go watch some Dragon Ball Sparking? Have you guys played Bluefish? Have you played Dragon Ball Sparking? I feel like you'd be on board with that. It's so good. Jab, you gotta go. All good, man. All good. About to go to Louisville Regionals. Man, good luck. Have a solid run. Have a solid run. Because yeah, like PTC gel is just sticks and it's people that don't have cameras. And I don't know, I always feel weird about that. Or we check out Pocket. Do we check out Pocket? There's also kind of like nobody streaming Pocket. There's Ursi Day. There is Ordinary Harry. Never heard of them. Or who's on Unite? Like normally I raid out to like Kilo or something, but I think she's already done for the night. What's Sticks playing? Maybe we do just go to Sticks. No, I can't do it. Can't. First thing that popped into the stream, the first thing I hear is just lip smacking. Like I can't do that. Ordinary Harry is a Marvel Snap player. Is he? And now he's playing Pocket. Are they cool? Are they good vibes? Yeah? Easy. Let's trade out there then. Alright, heading over to Ordinary Harry. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you do, make sure to hit that follow button so you know I'm online next. And you even get a handy dandy little Goomba. I guess not handy dandy. A fun, cheeky little Goomba that pops up on the screen if you do it while I'm live. But yeah, we'll be back Wednesday for Workshop Wednesday. I think we'll kind of just be going over the new set. So Surging Sparks, it's not that far off at this point. Like I think pre-release is starting in about 2 weeks or so. So yeah, kind of get some early brews in on that. Maybe do like a set list review. But yeah. Now I'm rambling. Take care, guys.